Gentlemen, normally, can I have your attention, please? Normally, those that wish to speak have to fill out a form. And we have to have that form submitted to us about 10 minutes prior to our meeting. But today we have a packed house and there are new faces and you may not be privy to that process. And so if there are any other persons that are wishing to speak, they would be able to do so during our citizens' participation. Raise your hand if you're wishing, if you have not turned in a sheet, you have to turn in a sheet and you wish to speak. Ms. Eva, you want to speak? Okay, Ms. Eva will need a form. Is there another person, ma'am, with a black hat? I saw you in the second row. Do you want to speak, ma'am? Okay, could we have one for those three persons? I see a fourth. Yes, ma'am. Is that Ms. Carolyn? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Carolyn can come as well. Welcome.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Okay, very good. Welcome, welcome, welcome. City of Lamarque City Council meeting, Monday, June 13th, 2022, 6 p.m. Council Chambers, 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, 77568. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on June 13th, 2022, beginning at 6 p.m. in Council Chambers at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with the section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and a quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will be physically present at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The meeting has been called to order. Akira, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember District A. Present. Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D. Present. And Mayor.
Present, thank you. We will now have our invocation and our pledge. Councilwoman and new minister, Yancey, would you lead us in our invocation? Councilmember Carlson, would you lead us in our pledge? Let's stand.
Dear God, we come to you on this day, thanking you for your our amazing lives, God, that you would give us the ability to breathe, that we're here. We're here, God, to do your business, to make our city safe, to make our children proud, and to know how to be good Americans. We thank you for our mayor and our leaders and the staff of Lamarque, but most of all, we thank you for our amazing residents who do what they can to make this a beautiful city. We thank you that you have protected us and you've kept us safe. Now give us wisdom as we make the best decisions that we can so that our children will be safe and that they will have a good future. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilwoman Yancey. Thank you, Councilmember Carlson. We're now up to item 4, our presentations. I believe that I see persons from our Juneteenth committee here today. I see DeLon. Are you alone, DeLon? All right, well, do we have the proclamation? Would you come forward, DeLon? This Saturday, our city celebrated our 4th annual Juneteenth celebration. Started out at the library here at Walton Fighter Park the first 2 years. Last year, it was in our downtown area. We proposed to revitalize downtown. This year, because of the work in the revitalization of that downtown area, we had to move it to Highland Body. But the committee was very nimble and flexible and determined and diligent to make this happen. And on Saturday, it was an amazing event. And so credit is due to this great committee for all of the things that you all were able to get done, as well as our community for supporting and encouraging the celebration. A very, very important celebration, not only in this country, but certainly in this county, because this is the county from which Juneteenth was born. So the office of the mayor of the city of Marque proclamation, whereas Galveston County is the birthplace of Juneteenth, and many events are being held in and around the county to observe this pivotal point in our nation's history. And whereas the pursuit of freedom is and always has been a fundamental force in American society, the protection of the right to freedom is beloved and shared by all Americans, regardless of colors, creeds, cultures, religions, and countries of origin. And whereas commemoration of the historical arrival of Union soldiers in Galveston, Texas on June 19, 1865, 2.5 years post the signature of the Emancipation Proclamation by President Lincoln, is known as Juneteenth and is widely considered the longest running African American holiday. And whereas it was not until January 1st, 1980, that Juneteenth became an official state holiday, thanks to the efforts of Al Edwards, an African American state legislature. Only in 2021 was Juneteenth declared a federal legal holiday. And whereas Juneteenth marks the official end of slavery in the United States, marking the beginning of the pursuit of racial equality and justice that will spark many social justice movements in generations to follow. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council, by virtue of our authority vested by the city of Marque, do hereby proclaim June 19, 2022 as a special Juneteenth. In accordance with the city of Marque, we hereby encourage all citizens and businesses and professional bodies to participate in the observance actively and appropriately. Testimony whereof witness my hand and the seal of the city of Marque, this 10th day of June, 2022, Pete Bell, Mayor. Congratulations. Yes, you have words.
I do. I just want to thank everyone in the community that came out this weekend, and many of you were at the consumption as well. We certainly appreciate it. Appreciate the very important and small day on our community. This is something that we want to invite all to. It's not just for one day. It's for all of us. It's something that we all continue to grow with one another. So it's something that we all can come together and celebrate. We've come so far in our country and the city, and we still have hurdles that we have to jump over and climb. But it's going to take us all to do it together. And as a community, right here in the market, being a part of Galveston County, I just want to say, I genuinely sincerely, that he knows that they know it. I love everybody. I'm just like that. And so I want to continue to work as a community and keep important things like this up. And I just want us to do it together. And I just want to thank you all. It's just so important for me. So I'm so passionate about it. And I'm glad to be able to share this moment. This is not it's not mine. It's not just the committee. This is all mine. And so I share this with everyone. Thank you so much.
Is it warm in here to anybody?
Yes.
How did I know that? Kyle, would we be able to help say sorry to somebody, please? Please, thank you.
Yeah, it won't.
Are we maxed out?
It's hot out there.
Oh, Lord.
Lots of people in here.
Soon we'll have folks trickling out here, the interns and so forth.
All right. All right. Well, we will definitely grin and bear it. How about that? Item 4 to Certified Public Management Class of 2022. This is the recognition of city staff who completed the CPM program at the University of Houston. Cesar.
Thank you. We have a group of hardworking staff that 14 months ago took the plunge to take on the CPM course. It was long and rigorous. I can say because I start mine this week. I'm honored to have them be pioneers to lead the way. And I'm going to ask each one of them to please come forward, present what their topic was, and we can take a group photo here afterwards, please. Thank you. In no particular order, please.
That's what they learned in Certified Public Management class.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good
It was an
evening. Good
honor and a privilege to go through the program. Appreciate the opportunity. We were asked for our capstone presentation to come up with an issue or a problem or a shortcoming that maybe we could do a little bit better. And so I'm kind of a glass half full kind of guy. So I look for an opportunity. And so essentially, I was looking for ways that we could, as an EDC, partner with city employees and city staff in order to help better get our message out of the type of jobs and type of development that we want in our city. That's essentially what it is in a nutshell. Pretty straightforward. But how do we become a staff of 3 and potentially with interested employees, maybe grow that number to have a lot greater impact? That's it.
Thank you for
Thank
that,
you.
Alex. Awesome.
I have a plaque because I was trapped.
Miss Amy, our librarian, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My capstone research project was on the intersection of public libraries and social services and how the public library can do more to be a connection point for meeting the needs in our community of those social service needs that we're seeing. So the research continues. I turned in my project, but there's a lot more to learn. So, and I, like Alex said, really appreciate the opportunity to attend the program. So thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Patty Reese, our Human Resources Director.
Good evening,
Good
Mayor
evening.
and Council. My topic was, for my capstone, was how to manage a hybrid workforce. I started this thinking back when we had the COVID and we all had to go out on, some of us went out on a hybrid and worked remotely for that 1 year, and how it would work for all of our employees if we ever had to do that again in some kind of emergency. So it was 6 months of every weekend working on it. So I appreciate y'all letting me be part of this. The first 5 months was HR. So I learned a whole lot from that. And so if ever you want me to make this presentation, I'd love to do this. I know that's something maybe we won't want to do hybrid right now, but in the future or any kind of emergency, I have all those facts. And I got surveys from all our staff, and I went out to other cities and got their information. So if you ever want to hear about it, I'm here for you. Thank
Yes,
you so
ma'am.
much for letting me be part of it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you. Here's my plaque.
Your plaque looks better than Alex's plaque. Trust me, it really does. It does.
I know we had, which are the graduates? Here, come on up.
All right.
Yes.
Miss Gonzalez and Miss Bell. That's my cousin, y'all. Miss Bell. Come on, cousin.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you guys?
Fine. How are you, ma'am?
My capstone was over incentive plan for our fire department after research. It was determined an incentive plan will allow us to be competitive in recruiting and retaining qualified personnel.
Very good. Ms. Gonzalez is a
Excellent.
captain in our fire department. I know she's dressed like she is certainly not that, but she is definitely, trust me, she is a firefighter and she serves as one of our
And
captains.
it's Barbara Whiteman.
It's Barbara Whiteman. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Congratulations. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Excellent.
Ms. Bell,
Good afternoon.
how are you? Ms. Bell is our municipal court administrator.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity, Council Mayor, City Manager, City of Marque. I've learned so much during this certification program. My topic was on social media in government sector. And I'm very blessed to have the opportunity to do a lot of research on social media and the importance of social media. And I'm very blessed. And I thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Mayor,
you. Thank
I
you.
believe that concludes the 5 folks that graduated now. Ms. Susie Koo is on the line. She is taking what was a mobile or a virtual program. So when she finishes hers, we'll also recognize her at that time. That being said, if we could have all of you guys come forward, we take a quick snapshot to commemorate the graduation of this program, and then we'll go on to the next item, Mayor, if that's okay. Thank you. Yes, bring your plaques, absolutely.
Everyone bring your plaques. Everyone.
Take that plaque every.
Put Alex in the middle since he doesn't have his.
Yeah.
There you go.
The shorter ones in the front, right?
Congratulations, graduates.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
We are now at item 4.3. This is the 2022 Summer Intern Program. Introduction of residents selected for the annual summer internship. Say so.
Yes, we wanted to have a chance to recognize. Last year, we had 10 interns. This year, we're blessed with the opportunity to present you 15 interns at this time. They are all here and present. We're going to ask them to come forward. And when you come forward, stay up here. We can take a group photo of the before. We're not sure what they're going to look like after we're done with the experience. But if we can start with the before, we'll do a nice group picture up here. So please, we're all going to come up here. So let's get in line. Please state your name and what school you are representing, and then slide to the side here so we can have everybody come forward. And what department you're working with. Thank you. Understood. Thank you. Please come forward one at a time. First row, since you guys, instead of volunteer, you've been voluntold. Come on up.
Hey, first one and first thing.
Come right here and speak.
All right.
You gotta say it in the mic. We didn't hear you. Say it with a smile. Hold your chin up. Yeah.
My name is Denaya Nelson, and I'm from Marque High School, and I'm supposed to be working in finance.
Yeah.
Welcome.
My name is Brenasia Spurlock. I'm going to be working up in the administration department, and I'm from Texas City High School.
My name is Shania Richardson. I'm from Hitchcock High School and I am in the fire department.
Hi, my name is Jadu Wolf, and I don't know how to say it. I will be working in development service, and I graduated from Texas City High School.
All right.
My name is Mark Captain. I'm a graduate of Marque High School, and I'll be working with the police department.
All right.
My name is Simone. I'll go to Marque and I'm doing IT.
Yes.
My name is Christian Stone, and I go to Marque High School, and I'll be working with the fire department.
My name is Anthony Webb, and I will be working with the Public Works Administration. I am from Marque High School.
You guys slide over a little bit. We got to make space. There's more of y'all in this room this year. We got to slide over a little bit.
My name is Zaya Thomas, and I go to Marque High School, and I'll be with Public Works.
Yay.
Excellent.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Zuniga. I'm from Marque High School, and I'll be working in the court.
And she's one of the students, along with this other gentleman come up, who's not afraid of heights. They were on our ladder truck earlier before the meeting, testing it out on the sample that's outside.
Good evening. My name is Xavier Thomas, and I graduated from Marque High School, and I'll be working in IT.
Right there.
Thanks, Dawn.
My name is Israel Everest, and I am from Marque High School, and I'm gonna be working in the fire department.
Yeah.
My name is Roger Woods. I go to Marque High School and I'll be working at the library.
Last but certainly not least, we have one that is not with us. She'll be joining us next week. I know, no, I said last, but she'll be last but not least while she was walking up here. We have one more who's not present.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Ariel Vincent. I'm from Hitchcock High School and I'll be working with the maintenance department.
Right on. Yay.
You guys are welcome to stand if you want to be in the background of the picture.
I don't know.
Tippy toes. Yes.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
The program will run for 6 weeks. And they'll be working an average of 25 hours a week. You'll also see them at our red, white, and blue on the Bayou event. They'll be volunteering for that event as well as part of their program. And we look forward to having them for 6 weeks of growth opportunities through our program. Guys, I know you guys have to probably get home, so you guys are welcome to go or welcome to stay for a tantalizing agenda that we'll be discussing tonight. Thank you.
Y'all don't want tantalizing, huh?
Thank y'all.
No takers for tantalizing, huh?
That's my word of the week.
This is a great program, ladies and gentlemen. We started this program last year with 10. We started this program last year with 10. This year we have 15. The program is so successful that if you were to look around at other cities, our neighbors, in particular, Texas City and Dickinson, you'll find that this year, for the first time ever, both of those municipalities have decided to recruit and to retain interns, summer interns. And so Lamarque is leading in so many different ways in this county. Great, great, great opportunity for our young people. And we're proud of you already. And we know that the work that you all will do will certainly move us forward in ways that we could not have moved if you all had not been a part of our city. So thank you in advance for everything that you, ladies and gentlemen, will do for us and for our city. Very good. Item 4.4, Workforce Solutions. Cesar.
Yes, we have our representative here from Workforce Solutions. We're going to queue up the presentation. Brief presentation, letting you know you'll have an item. Thank you, Ms. Han. You'll have an item on your agenda under resolution items where we're proposing to enter into an agreement with Workforce Solutions and what they have to offer. That's correct.
Very good. Mr. Mayor, Council, appreciate your time. First off, let me just say, guys, thank you for that intern program because you're absolutely right. Your sister cities duplicated it and we were the beneficiary of it. So we helped them drive the one in Dickinson. So hopefully one of the programs we've got here will allow you guys the opportunity to bring even more youth in for interns next year at our expense.
All right. All right. We like that already.
I thought you liked
Who doesn't like that?
So guys, Workforce Solutions is at our core the state's employment agency. It's our job to make sure that every person that wants a job in the state of Texas gets one, every employer that needs an employee finds the right one and then can help that employee progress. I am the recruiting manager for all 28 of the Workforce Solutions offices in the greater Gulf Coast region. I think I just cut that off.
Excellent work.
Yeah.
There we go.
There it
There we
is.
go. All right, so what we wanted to do was just briefly give you guys an overview of a couple of the programs. I'm going to move forward to the one that I've been told is of most interest to you guys, which is our on-the-job training program. Now, I want you to keep in mind that all of these programs come at cost, come at no cost to the city. They are taxpayer dollars that are being spread out to put this, but it is done so that employers can employ people who need that next step, who need that extra boost to get in, or maybe they just need to be retrained to do something else. The on-the-job training program is the model for that. What it does is take people from a pool of candidates who are unemployed, underemployed, low income, all of those things, and it provides them to employers who are willing to train them to do the job. If you are willing to train them to do your job, no matter what that job is, we will reimburse you for half of the cost that you pay them during training. So spoken plainly, you pay someone $3,000 this month. On the 1st of next month, you send us an invoice, we reimburse you for $1,500. And that time period is based on the time that we agree with you guys on that it takes to train someone. So if you've already got a fully developed training program, we'll take your training program, we'll institute that, and for however many hours that equates to that it costs you to train that person, we will reimburse you half their cost. The Summer Earn and Learn program is really quickly the one that I was just talking about. This is a program Workforce Solutions pays for that allows us to provide you with high school students from your local market to go to work at your facilities and at your direction. We will pay them at $10 an hour. We will pay their workman's comp cost. Your only responsibility is to manage what they do on a day-to-day basis and to talk with our employment counselors so that we can make sure they're getting the tune-ups that they need when you're getting your first and second job. We pay them at $10 an hour. They can work for you guys for 20 hours a week for 8 weeks at a time, but you can have an unlimited amount of students. The example I always give is a lot of for-profit companies use this. Last summer, CVS got 8,400 labor hours a month from this program. So if you guys have got some projects and programs that you could gear up for the summer, this is the kind of program that gives you the relief in your pocketbook and the ability to use local people, local students to do those jobs. The last one I'll highlight here is our work-based learning program. It is the one that I am the most proud of. Every student, every person that's in our work-based learning program comes from one of two places. Either number one, they've just graduated from high school and we're paying to send them to college or trade school or training school, or they've just graduated from college and or trade school or training school that we paid for. We guarantee them a job. So we provide them to you free of charge. You put them to work for 2.5 months. At the end of that 2.5 months, we'll come to you and we'll ask you, do you like him or her? And then we'll ask them the same question. If the answer is yes, you can move that person from the work-based learning program over into the on-the-job training program. So essentially, you're getting 6 months of a person either free or half price. The whole point of this is to help move the community forward, to get people in better jobs, and more importantly, to provide employers a better choice of people. What questions can I answer for you guys?
Does anybody have any questions?
Can you define again the parameters for who's eligible for this experience?
Work-based learning. So our work-based learning program is set up only for people that are between the ages of 16 and 24 that are out of school. So if you're not in school and you're 16 and 24, there's a bunch of other requirements, but my answer is always, if you're in that age range and you're out of school, we're going to get you in.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
Our partners from Workforce Solutions, we've been meeting with them for several weeks. This was brought up through council. It was brought up as an initiative for us to look into, and I want to thank your entire team for being very responsive to us to try to get this on the agenda. Ideally, we would have done it sooner, but we want to take advantage of these opportunities as fast as possible. So I want to thank you and your team for being so responsive to getting us all the documentation we needed to vet this process, for being available tonight to share that, and then the council for being proactive and thinking of opportunities like this and others for us to bring forward to our community that we're currently not taking advantage of, but we hope to do so in the near future.
Mr. Craig, does Workforce Solutions do all the recruitment, or are we responsible for recruitment?
No, we do everything. So literally, you guys come to us and tell us which program you're interested in and what jobs you want to fill. We'll go out and find those candidates that are eligible for the program. We'll focus them so that you guys only get the candidates who meet whatever requirements you've got for the job. You still interview them. You still decide who you hire. It's simply that you hire from our pool of candidates and you get the benefits for it.
So our internship program,
Yes.
one of the things that we are definitely pushing is the idea that all of our interns live in the city of Lamarque. Now, they may go to Santa Fe High School or Hitchcock or Texas City High School or others, but the criteria for us is that they live here. And so would that be a problem? If we said to you, we want only applicants that live within our city limits, would that be a problem?
No, it's not a problem at all. Actually, Dickinson asked for the exact same thing. Is they only wanted people who lived in the city of Dickinson. That's not a problem because, as I said, you guys retain last right of refusal. We certainly give you candidates, but you interview just like you would for any other job.
Okay. Any other questions?
This is exciting.
Say so. Will you have this on our next agenda?
It's on tonight's agenda. This is the one that's on tonight's agenda. Now, the future items that we spoke about, if you allow the authority for us to take that on, and I have to bring every single program to you, or if you want me to bring every single one to you, but I want to take advantage and introduce at least at the first meeting that we have on this topic to have the presentation. He went over through several different programs, and we are ready to move forward with all of them. We're going to pace ourselves, make sure that we're ready to implement those. But that's
So
available.
tonight we're ready to act. This is not just informational purposes.
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. We are ready to act immediately.
You guys, okay, very good.
Yes, sir. We are being proactive.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Tell us to
We
go.
will.
We're ready to go.
Okay, will you hang around?
I can.
Okay, we're gonna have an executive session in the midst of it. I hope that you can hang around until we get to your section of the meeting.
Not a problem.
Thank you. Item 4.5, Southeast Texas Housing Authority, Rhonda Mitchell and Miss Georgia Barzilay. Welcome, Miss Georgia.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Georgia Meyer Barzilay, and I represent the city of Texas City and Lamarque on the Southeast Texas Housing Finance Corporation Board. And we have here tonight Rhonda Mitchell, who is our home ownership director, and she will explain to you our programs that are very, very beneficial for the city, for your citizens. And we will leave some things in the back, pamphlets and brochures. And if you have any questions, she's the girl to ask. So Rhonda.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Miss Georgia. Hello, Miss Rhonda.
Hello.
How are
I am
you?
so excited. I love it to get to come out. Enthusiastic.
She's a Debbie Downer.
I'm a little shy. But I am here. I represent Southeast Texas Housing, and it is my good fortune to work with Georgia. And I've worked with her for many years, and I tell you, we love her. And it is so fortunate for y'all to be able to have her for a representative for the city of Lamarque. She does a fabulous job, I'm going to say. So Southeast Texas Housing, and that's who I represent. We serve 21 different jurisdictions. Those are going to be cities and counties with affordable housing opportunities. We were established in 1981, so we've been around the block a few times, right? And we continue today to support our members with a variety of housing opportunities. Our multifamily developments, right? Now they provide rental units for both residents and seniors in many communities. And these are not Section 8 homes, right? These contain both market and above market unit properties. And you may be familiar with some of our properties. Just down the road, we've got Heritage Crossing in Santa Fe. And Seth operates that property as owner and general manager. And this is an example of one of our 62 and over rental communities. It has 78 units and it stays almost 100% occupied. And Heritage boasts resident activities that include church services, a movie theater, and even baking contests. And just this past Thursday, a representative from Seth, along with city management officials, were there to educate the members there, the residents, about hurricane preparedness and what city protocols were going to be. So know that, right? And we do a variety of housing projects in there. And in fact, we do have multifamily rental opportunities as well. And around here, you'll know us as Stonegate and Alvin, which again is another property that stays nearly 100% occupied. And turnover there is so incredibly low. I mean, it's 1%, less than 1% a month, actually. And we are in the process there in that development of building a $90,000 handicap accessible, excuse me, I'm sorry, the fan's blowing me a little bit, handicap accessible playground for children. So that's the multifamily. Now I do single family. So I do home purchase stuff for SAF. So our current activities, again, programs serving the city of Lamarck are here on your screen. And that is going to be our 5-star and our Gold Star program and our SETH MCC or Mortgage Credit Certificate program. And I'm going to tell you, recently, Freddie Mac and the National Association of Realtors, they did a survey and they asked home buyers, what were your biggest hurdles for purchasing a home? Overwhelmingly, that number said, down payment and closing costs, right? That was my biggest hurdle. The next question in that was, how long did that delay that purchase of that home? Most home buyers answered 2, 3, and 4 years. And we all know, right, the climate we're in with housing. I mean, how that small delay, right, and the increase in property prices and increase in interest rates, how that's going to impact our home buyers' ability to purchase and how they spend their money, right? It's going to all of a sudden cost a lot more for that same home. So you'll see that, right? Affordable housing programs like those offered by Seth, we're going to tackle that hurdle, that homeownership burden. The burden of closing costs. So we're down payment programs like those provided by Seth, like our 5-star and our Gold Star program. Those work to make homeownership affordable and keep our community, our home buying community active. So our 5-star program, and that's very first on there, it's our oldest program. It's been out since 2012. Provides down payment and closing cost assistance in the form of grants and forgivable, no payment attached, forgivable second liens. Our Gold Star program, it's a little newer program. And what it does is it's an opportunity to provide a little more assistance with the use of longer second liens. So with Gold Star, home buyers would expect to have to live in the home 7 or 10 years to be 100% forgiven on the assistance they received. Again, right? Forgiven, there's no payments attached. You'll see that with 5-star and Gold Star, they don't have to be a first-time home buyer. We've got really generous purchase price limits, and the income limits there for Lamarck go up to $111,720. And under that would still qualify for down payment and closing cost assistance. For our lower income folks, Seth does provide free home buyer education for those. I also have on here another really cool feature, and that is going to be our Seth Home Credit, our MCC program. And the MCC program, it provides a $2,000 tax credit, and not just once, right? But every year that home buyer lives in that home, they can take advantage of that $2,000 tax credit. The MCC can be combined with either the 5-star or the Gold Star program, so you can actually stack some of these programs, right? But I always say the really cool thing about the MCC, right, is if I told you, I said, hey, here's your house payment and you can pay me $1,600 a month for that house. Or I can get you an MCC program and you can pay me $1,600 for that house and get a $2,000 tax credit each year. What would you pick, right? So the MCC, really valuable there. You'll see just some stats there about how our programs have been used within Lamarck. I went back to 2012 to give you a nice little snapshot there. So you'll see that we've assisted 105 home buyers in Lamarck with over $700,000 in down payment and closing cost assistance. Our first mortgage liens totaled over $16 million, with the average assistance for each family with 5-star and Gold Star of $7,000. Our MCCs, since 2012, we provided 11 MCCs. We still need some work to do. Still need to get that word out. But one really exciting thing I'm here for, and I did bring some flyers to leave behind, is that we have now a $2,000 grant for our MCC. Not only is it the freest MCC in Texas and the largest, because you see that 40% tax credit, right? So I've got a credit of 40% of the interest you're going to pay annually on that mortgage loan. But I also have a $2,000 grant. So I'm going to give you money to get a tax credit. So this is a really exciting opportunity and very well needed right now, right? When the times when purchasing a home is so difficult for so many. But I have flyers for the materials for the down payment and closing cost assistance programs, as well as the MCC programs. And I'm going to leave those back there. And I wanted to thank y'all. You have been wonderful members for Seth for many years now. And I thank y'all for your continued support. And were there any questions that you have about down payment and closing cost assistance for me?
Thank you, Ms. Barnett.
I do have a question. Hi, I'm Councilwoman Yancey. How many applicants do you normally receive per year from people that live in Lamarck? Do you have that?
For Lamarck, being a smaller community, of course, right? Because I mean, Galveston County, we took in all Galveston County, numbers are huge. Yeah. Lamarck is a little smaller. I would guesstimate that number probably right now, I'd say 25 to 30.
A year?
A year.
Okay, so
yeah, maybe a couple a month.
So we need to help you get those applications up.
I would love to have those applications go up, especially like I said, as you can see for that MCC, that mortgage credit certificate. That program has not always been free. Okay. There is a cost to that. The state has a great MCC program. It's kind of costly. I mean, those are expensive programs, typically about $800 in fees to use that. So Seth, being, you know, again, a good partner for our jurisdictions, we are offering that MCC at no charge for home buyers. Mm-hmm. And we think that having that MCC, having access to MCC, not only making it free, but making that $2,000 extra carrot available there is going to really help drive that use. So that $2,000 grant has been available now, not quite a year. Okay. When the MCC has been free for about 1.5 years now.
Okay. We're having our town hall meeting for District A. I would love for you to come to that. Or else I can take some flyers and put on the table to help you get the word out.
That would be, yeah, it'd be lovely. It'd be lovely. I mean, it's well received information, and we've got lender partners that participate with these programs that we could bring out in that way, kind of a one-stop shopping. They could get information and get qualified and know that they can use these programs.
Right. Ms. Mitchell, you know, so if there's a guesstimation of 25 to 30 a year, and I know no one's gonna hold you to that. I know that's just a guess, and there's been 105 households assisted since 2012. What are some of the things that we need to keep in mind, other than just increasing the number of people who are aware of the program, but you know, that percentage of success of those people actually making it through and getting that assistance? There must be something that's, you know, preventing that going to completion. What would you say we need to make sure people understand?
Of course, what I would say, you know, the most help that we need, of course, not only getting the word out right. I mean, we've got wonderful realtor, wonderful lender partners within the community that do this, but having that opportunity to go into more of our bigger employers within a community, you know, that's definitely a help. You know, right now we struggle with homes that are available and inventory shortages and stuff. But, you know, if we could have access to more of the employers in the area, you know, allowing us to come in and share this, you know, with those home buyers or potential home buyers in the community and let them know that this exists. A lot of times, I mean, again, you know, a lot of home buyers don't know that these programs exist. You know, we think we're doing a great job, you know, getting the word out, and we've got information on our website, and our websites are listed there as well. So there's all kinds of information we do, but I mean, we can always do more. Yeah. And partnering up with our larger employers, like in particular hospital systems, you know, it's something we haven't done here in Lamarck that we have done in other areas, you know, with much success.
Right on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Otherwise, I will leave materials for y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Mayor, if I may.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Rhonda. We have
just as a point, we will be inviting you guys out to our employee wellness fair when it comes out, being one of the city's largest employers as a city. And we'll also make sure we share information with the other groups so we can get that forward, so we can hopefully triple that number next year.
I would love that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rhonda.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rhonda. Thank you, Ms. Georgia. Good seeing you again. Yes, ma'am. Item 5, public safety. The public safety building update, monthly update of the public safety building status from Macklemore Long and the Public Safety Building Committee. Alec? and our committee, would you please, or the representative, whoever that person would be for our committee, would you please come forward? Is that Miss Sally? Did they tag you? Are you it? Ah, okay. By committee. Chief Smith, are you?
She volunteered.
And Miss Pennington. Very good.
Mr. Martin's here.
Mr. Martin. Good deal. We got 4 of them. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for doing this.
All right. Good evening, council.
Good evening.
My name is Alec, principal owner, managing partner of Macklemore Loan Architects. And tonight we're going to take you through quickly an update of the work we've been doing with the Public Safety Building Committee over the last, let's call it 8 to 10 weeks. We will go through each of the meetings we've had thus far, give a brief overview, summary of those minutes. We had our last meeting just last week, where we reviewed some of the initial building concept plans, which will be new information that this council will see, but that the committee has already been privy to. And then we'll go through kind of what we as the architect have provided the Public Safety Committee as inputs that we are looking for from council in order for us to move forward. So with that, here we go. So we've been over the agenda slide here. On April 20th, we started meeting with the Public Safety Building Committee. We had a very good meeting that evening at the existing police station. We have tried to structure these meetings that there's a lot of information to go through. And this committee has a very important process in being the resident springboard back to council. And so we want to make sure we take our time and go through things that maybe we as the architect get very arrogant about and think that, we just kind of know it. But we want to go through step by step, very much thoroughly and in a very clear procedure so that we can get as much information into their hands as possible. And so we started with the existing facility assessment, right? It was the very last thing that we presented to council back in March was the completion of our assessment. And what we explained to the building committee is that, it's easy to go in there and see, oh, hey, there's paint that's chipping, that's easy to see, it's clear to see. It just needs to be painted and we're fine. Our job is to provide the technical and professional input behind why is that happening? What are the flaws? What is causing that beyond just it's old, right? And so we provided a 60 some odd page report and we went through that page by page with the committee to make sure that they understood what we were telling them. All those little nuances that, again, we might take for granted. It's, oh yeah, it's obvious to us. We wanted to make sure that they understood it. Where are we coming from? What are we looking at? What are the goals and objectives of the police force? How does that benchmark against other communities? So we went through all of that. It was a very long meeting. I think it was actually our longest meeting to date. And then we went into what have we done with that information since then? So we made the building committee privy to all of our staff interviews. We sat down with probably 30 different staff members for about an hour to review every little thing that they do. How do we understand how your station functions? We gave the committee our detailed tour of the station. We walked through it. We had a couple members of the police there to answer questions, but I think it was a very thoughtful, thorough review of that building. So then in our second meeting on May 11th, so let me go back. At the April 20th meeting, there were a couple of housekeeping summary items that had to be done. They are a public committee that was established by charter of this council, so there are certain rules we have to follow. They were informed of that. The committee agreed to meet every Wednesday, every other Wednesday, starting May 11th. There were some conflicts with some committee members, but we were able to hash out when we could meet so we would be on a regular cadence. And so the April 20th to May 11th was 3 weeks because there's a week in there in which there was a conflict. So we couldn't meet that week. In our second meeting on May 11th, we really wanted to get into the nitty gritty of why is this building the size that it is, right? And what we talked about in this meeting is that the average homeowner is very comfortable with the numbers that they're used to using. A homeowner can understand hundreds of thousands of dollars. They pay their mortgage. They know what their house costs. The homeowner can understand 2,000 square feet. It's about how big an average house size is. It's very hard to grasp and comprehend in the rank and file what millions of dollars means and what hundreds of thousands of square feet. It's hard to conceptualize what that is, right? So we use phrases like, hey, it's about the size of a Walmart. It's about the size of a Target. 'Cause you can kind of wrap your head around how big a CVS is, right? So we wanted to go through on a department by department basis. What are we saying is in this building? Why is it that big? What is driving that size? We also wanted to talk about wants versus needs. And so part of laying the groundwork in that April 20th meeting was being very thorough in the fact that when we went and talked to police, this isn't and to their credit, this is not an organization that is looking for a bonanza, that's looking for a payday. Hey, we're gonna get the greatest thing ever. This is very much an organization that understands where they're coming from, what the political realities are, how they're gonna get where they have to go. We went through in detail, do we absolutely have to have that space? No. Can we live without it because, we can make it happen? Nope. All right, let's pull it. Let's make sure that we're giving the 50th percentile, right? It's not the Taj Mahal. It's not a dumpster fire. It's what do I need to do my job? And so when we go through the facility assessment report, that's laying the groundwork to then have this discussion about how big is the building. So we reviewed that. We reviewed the benchmark. And then we talked about, okay, how do we optimize these buildings, right? How do we make sure that we're squeezing every last square foot out of that building for the highest and best use of that dollar? And so we went through a couple of examples of how we duplicate spaces, how we're going to use a conference room also for a choir, how we're going to use a courtroom for a community space, how can we use a lobby for a community space, how can we drive the most amount of usage out of that space as opposed to just general operating hours, right? We don't want it to be a bank. We want it to be something that is utilized as much as practically possible. And so that was very long, it was a very tedious meeting, and I have to give a lot of credit to the folks on the committee for really sticking it out and going through. And it's kind of like a budget meeting in that regard. It's line by line through every single room in this building, and there's probably 250 rooms, and that's a long meeting. So we get to June 8th. So just last week, we had our meeting here in the community room. We went through the site plans. So what we're going to present here tonight, ever so briefly, we have looked at any number of permutations of design on this site. What is the best way to arrange the site? What is the best way to place the building so we can drive that maximization? So we can create a building that Lamarque is proud of. So we're not wasting space. We're not, any homeowner who's painted a floor can paint themselves into a corner real fast, right? We want to make sure that we do the due diligence of kicking over every rock to make sure that, hey, is this the right thing we're going to present to our client? We narrowed that down to 2 general site plans that kind of look at things 2 different ways. So instead of bringing to this committee and this council 100 different options, which isn't helpful, we try to narrow them down to the 2 options that represent the embodiment of the program, but have 2 different takes on it, right? Because that gives enough optionality for somebody to digest and then give feedback on. We'll get into the site plan options. There are 2 site plan options. This is looking at the building from 100,000 feet in the air, looking down, right? So this is the Google Earth view of the building. We have 2 site plan options that were developed. These options are not plans, and I want to make sure I stress that into the ground. These are not building plans. These are not construction documents. These are not final solutions. This is a first pass at how do the blocks fit on the site? Does it do its job? Does it work, right? The similarities in the 2. Both plans are approximately 28,000 square feet. That's kind of where we landed on in the program. Both options have police courts and civic spaces. We did not make one over the other. We wanted to make sure they were apples to apples. They're both the same square footage. They're both the same program. They're both 2-story options. We wanted to create verticality. We understand the goals of the EDC, which I think are admirable and are absolutely correct. And we understand that just the site's not that big. So we don't really have the ability to make a big 1-story building. Whereas that might be the best building in certain cases, it is not the best building here. So they're both 2-story options. They both have the ability to expand in the future. We can build over the first floor in the future, right? So both options have that. The difference is that they do it in different ways. And we'll talk about that in a second. Both site plans have different approaches to the western alleyway. So the parcel of land we're talking about, the existing police station, the adjacent land, the adjacent parcel. Then there's an alleyway that backs up to the EDC's property. The two site plan options address that issue differently, and we'll talk about that in a second. They also address the public right-of-way differently. So buildings can be very insular and other buildings can be very extensive, right? So the police station is a very insular building. It definitely turns its back, right? It does not want to be seen. There's no glass. It doesn't look outwards. It doesn't do any of that. As opposed to, let's say this building, more or less, that faces the street, has windows if they're open or not, it's a different discussion. So each site plan kind of looks at, what's the front door, what's the face, what is the public experience of the building, and how that affects the adjacent development, right? There's a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Here we go. Okay, site plan option 1. So, is it okay if I walk over there? Because does this thing have a laser in it?
That's fine, Alec. You just need Kiara's microphone.
Can you hear me?
No, she probably prop it up. You can walk over
All
there.
right,
Yeah.
it's easier for me to do this.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to give everybody orientation, right? This is Bayou, there's street right here. This is First Street. Laurel is back over here on my right hand. This is your giant oak tree that's along First Street. It's kind of that massive oak tree that's out there on that empty parcel of land. So the thick black line is the property line. Just so everybody sets the space, right? This is your property line, can't go over it, can't go past it. This is the don't touch it, don't know. The little dash line is your offset. So every piece of property has an offset. And understand, so you have 10 feet from this side, 20 feet from that side. Your site might be this big, but the area that you can build a building is real small, real fast, once you take in all those other considerations, right? So what are we trying to accomplish here? On the site plan, we want to address how do you get in the building and how does the public and private aspect do two different things. For instance, police parking is a real important issue within the police station. Right now, the police parking is on 3 open sides of the building that face First Street and EDC. And whereas that's fine, it's not ideal. We have very expensive cruisers. We want to make sure that we protect that asset. We try to provide covered parking. There's evidence that's back there that needs to be protected and covered. There are civilian staff, your dispatchers, which are mostly female, and work 12-hour shifts, get off at odd hours. What we want to make sure of is that not every person that walks in and out of this building as an employee is armed. They're not officers, they're civilians. We want to make sure that we are providing a safe place for them to get to and from their vehicle. And so how we try to do that is we place the building in such a way that we create a back parking lot. So between the daycare and the proposed building is where we're putting the police parking lot. Kind of turning all that private parking and backing it up to the site. We don't really want that at the front because that's the public side. This is the side where EDC wants to develop. There's going to be new street improvements. We want to have new parking. We want it to be a lively experience. What we don't want is a secure pen that basically says, don't come near. You don't really want that on your public side. So we turn the building backwards. In this option, we're trying to use the existing parking area. I'm not reusing the parking lot, but everybody kind of knows what the public parking is. Let's just use it for what it is. Everybody's used to going for that. We're also trying to save the tree. There's a massive 48-inch oak tree. I believe I read somewhere that they think it's about 150 years old, maybe. It's a not for nothing tree.
Yeah.
And I believe that city engineer, Galveston County, Attico have identified this as a heritage tree. It's being preserved in the new streetscape. So we want to make sure that the building we put there doesn't crush the tree, right? So what does that mean? When we do all this, what it means is that the police cruisers have to exit the site on the alleyway, right? There's no way for the police cruisers to turn back around and go back out by us. It's intended to be a one-way street. And so when we talk about reliance on the EDC, what would happen is that vehicles that exit the Sally Port going in this direction would make a right on the alleyway and go out on First Street in this direction. All right. So keep in hold on. Why is the Sally Port important? The Sally Port is the largest single point of failure in a police station outside of the building. What does that mean? When inmates and detainees are transferred from the city of Lamar and Galveston County, they come in a 15-passenger white van. You want to make sure that that white van is in layer upon layer of security, right? So right now what happens is that van pulls up in the parking lot. They have to take the detainee from the vehicle, walk them into the building. And I believe a few years ago, they had an inmate that got out, jumped the fence and ran off, had to reapprehend, right? That is about the worst way that could possibly be. The way we try to do it, the way that's pretty standard accepted, is your sally port is a secured area. When you drive into the sally port, it's like a garage. The doors close in front and behind. That sally port only goes into the jail, period of discussion. There's no other doors. So that if an inmate, for whatever reason, becomes unrestrained, they can't exit that secure patch, right? So you want to provide, like an onion, layers of security within the building. So the sally port location is really important. It has to be adjacent to the jail. It has to be in an area where a cruiser can pull in, open their doors, close the doors, and pull out. You can't turn the car around in that, right? Okay, so what does that mean inside the building? When we talk about a blocking plan, we're looking at big blocks of space. We're not looking at individual rooms. This plan is redacted. We redacted because it's public record. And what we really care about is where are the big spaces. So we show the room names for those spaces that you can walk up into as a resident, because you should know where that is. You should know where the courtroom is. You need to know where the restrooms are. We don't really need to know where the evidence processing area is. We should know here. We don't get into here's that specific room. So we want to just disclaim that as there's a certain amount of restraint we put into these plans, so we provide enough information for the public to respond to, but not so much that provides a security threat in the future should this plan move forward. So as we look at the plan, what are we saying? So the front of the building faces down towards First Street. There is a separate entrance for police and courts. There are two separate entrances in the same lobby area that connects to. So if you're coming for a traffic ticket on a court day, you're going to pull in off of Bayou like we've done forever. Big sign says Marque courts. Everybody knows they come in this direction. The first thing you see is the court clerk. You're going to process your business there. You walk right into the courtroom. That's your courtroom. If you're coming for a warrant or a records request, you're going to park on First Street. And new public parking is happening on Washington Street. Big sign says Marque. Now inside, it's the same lot, but they're on two different ends of the building. But there are two discrete entrances. So let's see, what else do we do? We have courts on the prominent side of the building. This puts all of the court personnel in a suite that's dedicated to them. This is very important. In order to meet the Texas Department of Public Safety Police Certification Program, we have to make sure that the building does not allow unauthorized, non-secure individuals into the back of house police areas. And that includes court personnel who are not authorized to be within the police area itself under these requirements. So we have to segregate them. So even though they share the same building, they don't necessarily walk the same corridors, right? In one way, this whole part is its own building. It just happens to share an emergency. And really, the only person that goes between these two doors is the bailiff, because he is the sworn officer. The jail is on the back side, right? So the front is first, and by we try to tuck the jail away. We don't really want to see it, not like it is now, where it's kind of on a common face. We want it in the back. We want to make sure that if there's ever a need to expand the jail, it happens on the side of the building that is not your primary face. You want to expand back. You really don't want to expand forwards. The forward part of your building is the most expensive part. You don't really want to touch it. Second floor, we move upstairs. All of those functions that do not need public interface, right? So if you're going to see a patrol officer, there's really no reason to see them at the building, right? They need to be in the out. We put dispatch in the center of the second floor. Dispatch is the beating heart of the building. Dispatch is where everything comes in and everything goes out. We want to make sure that it is secure from threats. We want to make sure that it has its own backup system. There is no reason for somebody to go walk up to dispatch. They can go to the PD records clerk to get whatever they need. In this option, so when we talk about expansion, right? Most roofs, like this roof here, is a light steel roof. It's got a joist, but you really couldn't build on top of it. It wasn't engineered. What we can do for future expansion is provide a concrete deck over the jail and over courts. So we build it as if it's a floor, and then we just put a roof on top of it. And it sits there forever until we need it. So when we have this exact same problem, the city of League City, we did exactly this. So when you look at city of League City, it looks like a wedding cake. And the building kind of goes up. The shoulders of that building are not a roof, they're actually a concrete deck. And in the future, should they need to expand, it's a matter of taking the roof off, elevating the building, and closing it in. It's one of the most efficient ways to do this in a two-story building, without having to go through and literally replacing the roof, which is very expensive, time-consuming, somewhat cost prohibitive also. So, in summary, the staff parking lot is secure. We're providing privacy on all sides. We have 2 separate entry vestibules, one for courts, one for PD. I'll talk about these vestibules here. This is right on. A number of years ago, in the middle of the design process, there was an incident in the community we were working in where a young lady was coming home after a high school event. It's late at night. Realized that she was being followed by another vehicle. Didn't know what to do. Had no idea where to go. Didn't want to go home. Didn't want to bring this person wherever they were heading to. Where do you go? She went to the police department. She knew exactly where it was. When she got to the police department doors, they had a public parking lot up front. Ran inside the building, but the building was locked because dispatch was in the restroom for what we were. Right up to the last minute, dispatch opens the door, lets the young lady in, shuts the door behind her. The vehicle drives off. Had just kind of parked there. We're circling back on. What we've done now, in almost every station I've ever done moving forward, is the vestibule of these buildings becomes a safe room. It's a very cheap and effective way to provide community safety quickly. So what does that mean? We provide 2 sets of doors. The outer door is bulletproof. The inner door is a standard storefront door. Anybody who walks up that door after hours or after a certain time period, you open the door, it will lock behind you when you get the button. Right? So you don't have to worry about dispatch stuff. You can lock yourself in this room until an officer arrives or until the situation is passed. In this option, we get 2 of them, one on either side. And so in the community that I was talking about, as part of their public watch engagement, every time they go out to the high school, every time the police association gives a presentation, they stress that, hey, in our city, no matter what happens, you can always go into that room no matter what happens, right? And that is a huge value add to that community. It's a really inexpensive thing to do. If you're going to vote for yes, so it's a nice feature to have, and it talks to the importance of having those kind of passive security elements that make a building better, right? So, kind of the downside, upside, there's a community room that is separate from the courtroom. So in this option, the courtroom is about, it's kind of small. Let's call it 1,500 square feet. And the community room is 700 square feet. And so you can provide a divider so that if you wanted to have, Crime Stoppers meeting, Boy Scout meeting of, having our youth endurance, it can be done in this room. So courts, and I think Rose already left. Courts happen, so you correct me wrong, everybody else, twice a week for about 4 hours. So in average work week, there's about 28 hours of that room sits unused during the week. So how do we make that better? How do we give that back to the community? We can devise a way to lock down the vestibules. You can't get into the buildings, but you can still get into the courtroom and into the community room for a public function, for an after hours event, or anything the city wants to do. The kind of downside of this is that the EDC alley is the way out of the building, and that can be a broken recon. We think of it as a con because it means we have to rely on somebody else to get input and access from the building. This plan does not really address this kind of weird corner, what's called triangle that happens with big signage right now. There's a lot of space out there, but this building plan doesn't keep the parking lot facing by you. You can't really have a triangular parking lot. It doesn't really help. It tends to be a rather wasted space. There's no direct views of the lobby of the street. So if you're in the lobby, you're looking at the parking lot. You see the courtroom from the street, but you wouldn't necessarily see the entrance. It's a little weird. We don't really like the way it relates to First Street because the entrance is parallel to the street as opposed to perpendicular. So you can't stand in the street and go, oh, that's the entrance. And I have to walk around to the side. So how do we address that? So we looked at a second option that takes the building and stretches it, right? So whereas we had a kind of T-shaped building before, we said, look, instead of dividing the building between First Street and Bayou, let's make the building face First Street. What happens if we say, you know what, let's get rid of the triangle. Let's not really try to squeeze as much in there. Let's stretch the building to sit right in the middle of the site. Let's push it towards Bayou so we don't need the alleyway. What happens? And this is the option we came up with. So we continue to have a secure police parking area to the back of the building. We've wrapped the salad board around the side so that officers can exit the parking lot out on First Street. We no longer need the alleyway. Whatever happens, development-wise in the future, does not impact the city police. We have the ability to move the courtroom right up against Bayou. And courtrooms, you know, basically the 1960s onwards have been boxes. No hole of windows in them. You're going to Harris County, it's just a box that's buried in the middle. We really like the idea of having courtrooms have clear-story windows, high windows. You get light in the courtroom, but you can't see who's in it, right? The front face of the building faces First Street. You'll see here, the lobby now wraps around, right? So as you're driving down First Street, you see the entrance to the lobby, you see the glazing on the wall. If there's an event happening inside, it communicates to the community that, hey, there's something happening here. It's full of light, it's full of people, it's full of action. We have removed the community room from the courtroom and just merged the 2 square footage together. So in this option, you can't really have 2 separate rooms. It doesn't really work that way because of how the lobby enters the community room. It's exactly what you have here, where the entrance is on the back side of the wall. So what we said is, look, let's give the community space back to the lobby. You can do a lot in a nice big lobby. You can have expositions. You can have a meeting in a lobby. It's totally doable. And we provided a divider here in front of the courts, such that we can divide it down and give the room back to the community on all the other days. We continue to have the jail located on the far western side of the site, and just arrange everything in a nice long block. On the second floor, we've been able to consolidate the expansion area. So the expansion is possible in both, but it happens a little bit differently. In this option, you have more singular expansion area. So if you did one expansion, this is the bigger one. If you had to expand option 1, you have to do it on both sides to get a commensurate square footage, right? So in this option, we pushed all the expansion to one side. So if and ever you do it, it only happens once, boom, you're done. We continue to have admin dispatch upstairs. So what are the pros? We still have staff parking secured. We don't need the EDC alley. We've consolidated public parking to one side. So now it's not like, hey, which parking lot do I have to park in? It's on First Street. Everybody knows it's on First Street. The building faces First Street. It's very clear. The lobby has a direct visual connection to First Street. So when you park there and you look in, you see a building, you see it active. We have the courtroom that is the flex space. And the police training room here is connected to the lobby. So why is that important? The city of Marque has a very good fortune of existing in an area that has very good police cooperation amongst the cities. It's actually one of the better areas within the general area. When we do training, you might have officers from Deer Park, Texas City, non-Lamarck officers that come to this building to do training. By having a door from the training room to the lobby, you can have those folks enter that training room, do their training without bogging down either dispatch or records with having to securely check in each person during every training event. You break for lunch, you go outside, you got to check you in again. It's immensely flexible just to have that one door. And we visited Texas City PD and Deer Park PD. They both have that door. And it just makes life much easier for the administrative staff. What are the downsides? It's one main lobby. We can put as many extras as you want in that lobby, but it's just one lobby. So if there was a door right center, left for courts, go right for PD. As a con, police exiting the Sally Port will drive through the parking lot. So they have to take a hot second before they turn the lights on. But as soon as they get to First Street, they go right, turn your lights on, you can go ahead and go. The on-property parking, there's about 3 less spaces. The anticipation is that the First Street parking that would happen, which is technically public parking, it cannot be counted towards the building for code purposes, but the reality is that it's there, and people who are going to park there are going to police. So that's a lot to digest. It's a lot to digest. We did this in about 2.5 hours, and we're going to fly through here. So what do we need as the architect from the Public Safety Building Committee? And we've listed 6 items that are building on each other to get to, okay, what do you want us to do next? Where are we going, right? So the first thing we asked them was, we need you to confirm the site. And we went through the other site opportunities with the committee early on. Is this the right site? Yes or no? It's real simple. If it is, great. If it's not, tell us to go look at other places. Does the committee agree with the findings of the assessment? And it's okay to say no. It's okay. And we have told the committee and reiterated every day that we've met, we are not looking for them to parrot back to us what we're presenting. We can have disagreements. We can have a committee that says, no, we really want you to do X, and the architect did Y, and both give their opinion to council, and council will choose which direction we go in. That happens all the time. It is perfectly acceptable. There's no, you do not have to agree with this just because we're the ones talking. We actually don't want you to do that. We want you to figure it out how you want to do it. Is the building program square footage the right one? We want to make sure that the things that we put in this building, that the committee understands, they either agree with it, they don't agree with it, it's bigger, it's smaller. We want to ask, are we including court and community? That's a big one that's out there. We want to know, as we move forward, if we move forward, what needs to be in this building? What is the reality of what must be in here? We as the architect have assumed that it's court and community. We think it makes for a stronger building. But as the committee has gone through here and thought about it, we want them to tell us yes or no. Do you want this? No. Okay, we will take it out. We asked them to confirm a preferred site plan and blocking area based on what we just presented here and what we reviewed last week. And then the big one, the cost estimate. We've been through this a couple times now. We have gone to 2 different contractors in the market to get real market pricing, what is really happening out there right now. And it's a big number. And we want to make sure, you know, if look, there's just no way in God's green earth that's ever going to happen. You got to tell us so we can either shift gears and stop or do something different. So those are the big 6 questions that we have asked the building committee to inform council on, to tell you guys. And then now I get to shut up and just wait. So the last one is council provides direction on how we should proceed. That's a lot. And I'm very sorry. I don't.
That is a lot, Alec.
But it's very important.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Alec.
You did a really good job going for the law.
So I sounds like, Alec, you would like for us to hear from the committee next. Okay.
Yeah, they need to hear that.
Welcome, committee. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, Miss Sally.
Okay, as Alec just pointed out, there were 6
Thank you, Chief.
areas that we had to look at. The first 2 I'm going to speak on, and then 2 of my fellow committee members will follow up with the remaining areas. The first one, the location. The committee agrees that the best location for Lamarque's public safety building is the current police department location. It's centrally located. It's an area of high incidence of crime in Lamarque. It would also add to the EDC's, the Economic Development Corporation's plan for downtown Lamarck. It's very important. The renewal of Lamarck's historic business hub will have a direct and lasting impact on the community image, quality of life, and business retention. All of this being very important for the city's continued growth. The second area was the assessment report. We did spend hours. I know individually I spent hours reading over it, and it was, I think, more than 67 pages. Very intensive assessment. We reviewed the assessment report, which included an executive summary looking at demographics, both for the PD and municipal courts, staff growth, the Safe City Initiative, along with architectural analysis, civil analysis, structural analysis, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing analyses, and finally, a telecommunications and security analysis. Having completed our review, the committee agrees with the assessment report and its findings that concluded a new public safety building was needed and should be rebuilt where our current police department is located. Now, Mr. Martin will speak to you about the third area, which is the program itself.
Welcome, Mr. Martin.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening, sir.
City council members, city manager. My assessment after looking at what was presented to us during the time period that we had, in a nutshell, the building that's proposed, I went along with the second building. I think it will do more for the city. Upwards to the time that we were talking about this building, it was always it had the label as being a new police department building, but it's a public safety building. The whole city gets a chance, it gets an opportunity to use that building, and it has within it many features that I believe will help us in a great way. Those that stood out for me was, as he was discussing, talking about the safety room, the safe room. That in and of itself would be that will really help us out there. And also the fact that when he was mentioning that second building, that whole majority of the front of that building is glass. It would be a glass facade on it. So it will help us out in a way that I think it would make it more welcoming, to those passing by. It will become a landmark that you can associate yourself with rather than the type of building that we have now. It's not really friendly, and it's not user friendly. We talk about another way of thinking of it. It's not really user friendly. You don't want to approach that building. Mm-hmm. But when you have a building that they're proposing, then I think in and of itself, that would be a building that, the citizens would be proud to have. That would be something that we want to argue about, how much did it cost us to get that building built? And we can see and how much of a benefit it is to the city and what it would be doing for us, as citizens in this city. And as a whole, the things that we're talking about that's going to be contained within that building, I think it was very well thought out. I think that it's something in that building for everyone, and officers, of course, just like anything else, if you ask them what they want for Christmas, they're going to have a big, long list. But when it really comes to my mother and dad's pocketbook, then you're saying, well, this is what you're actually going to be able to do, realistically. And that's why we are with this building here. We've got a building that I think that, for our money that we would invest in it, it would be something that we can use. It wouldn't be any problem. You have the ability that in the future, you can add to that building because we're going to outgrow it. Because if we continue to grow as a city, we're going to outgrow that building. So we have the ability to come in and add to that building as we go along. So this is signed as a 50-year building. It's designed for a building that's gonna be with us for, for a couple of generations. So personally, I think that number 2 option would be the one that we will go with. I think the committee agrees with me on that. And that's my assessment of
Thank you.
public safety building.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
All right.
Hello, Ms. Jackie. Welcome.
Hello. First, thank you very much for the opportunity to even do this.
Yes, ma'am.
It was fun. I'm real passionate about the PD, but overall, I am now real passionate about the public safety building.
Yes, ma'am.
So my topic was the courts. And I just kind of wanted to make a full circle on the courts of when the budget hearings were going on and everybody was talking about how much money they had and how much space they had. And, we kind of inadvertently said, courts were going to take care of you. And I would just kind of like to remind everyone that we didn't say, I swear we're going to take care of you, but we did say, if you meet us with the budget and help us get through this, we're going to remember who you are. And the truth is, courts really does need to be with the PD. And the other thing that I wanted to mention about the courts is that we really need to be real cognizant of the safety of our courts personnel, especially now. I think we need to be real careful about their safety. And this building, the second building, the first building would do it, but we just kind of preferred the second building. I like the second building because it's kind of everything's in a row. I like the fact that it's a multi-purpose building. I really like the fact that it's an open building to the public. I mean, the PD really kind of needs to be someplace that everyone feels comfortable going. They feel welcome when they go, whether they have business with the courts or whether they have business with the PD. But when you walk through the door, people shouldn't necessarily know what business you're doing. And right now, I can see why people don't want to go to the courts. That makes sense to me. The final thing that I was doing was the building design. And that's really kind of been covered. I have all kinds of notes, but the truth is the second one we felt as a group was a much better design. I like things in the box, kind of, that's just me because that's how I line stuff up. And I really like the fact that this utilizes the parking lot in the front. It changes it from empty, do nothing space to something functional. And overall, I just want to say that the citizens that came out for our last meeting, I appreciate their attendance. And from there, I think that pretty well covers me, sir.
Thanks, Ms. Pennington.
Good evening, Council.
Hey, Chief.
So I'm in agreement as far as option 2. I think it was on the 22nd or the 23rd, maybe, of May. I went up to Bel Air and spent a half a day with their police department, met the chief, met the staff, and was very, very impressed with what I saw. Because sitting in here, there were some things that did not make sense to me. And sometimes I'm more visual. So to go up there and actually see their layout and how things were put together and the amount of thought that went into their processes, I thought it was really neat. Bel Air has not been in their police department very long. I think it's been maybe 5 years. And they're already moving stuff around. Storage in any police department is going to be a major issue. And the way that building is constructed, they've got storage forever. The way that building is constructed, if they needed to add on, the space is already there on top of the building. They've got a big open space where they can start adding rooms if they need to. And I thought that was really, really neat. So I would just say that in talking with the officers from Bel Air and in talking with their staff, they are very, very pleased with the final product, and of course there's some things every now and then, oh, we could have done this, we could have done that, but they really, really seem to be very proud of their building. And again, I'm
tickled to be on the committee and to have a voice in this. My hopes one day that Hitchcock will be doing the same thing. And so to be on this committee and kind of see how the things are going is kind of great. But again, option 2, I think is a very, very good option, and we think you guys should consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
I'm sorry to interrupt the presentation, if I may, just to give you a heads up. In case everybody's phones goes off collectively all together, we're about to send a CTY. We just had a water main break while we're here right now. So letting everybody know, so everybody doesn't stare at their phones and think what's going on. We're multitasking after we're here. We just found out, so we're putting the information out to everybody. So excuse us for everybody's phones vibrating at one time. Thank you.
Very good. While we deal with the water main break, we'll proceed with the meeting. Thank you for that, Cesar, for letting us know. Council, do we have any questions for Alec or for this committee?
Yes.
Yes.
No, everyone agreed on option number 2, correct? This one.
Okay. Is that all you had, Kim? Okay.
I have a comment at the end.
Okay. Michael.
The committee I'm good with. It's more of for Alex.
You want to, okay.
I'm out of water, so I can't talk very much.
Okay. I promise it won't be long.
Yes, sir.
Both options, option 1 and 2. I know concern was for the dispatchers to utilize restrooms. Are those included in both those options?
That's correct. So our dispatchers get their own little building within a building.
Okay.
And I'm sure you know this, but for the rest of the community, dispatchers work 12-hour shifts. When they're in that room with that console on their head, that's their only existence. If you have to get up and go to the restroom right now, you got to walk around, and basically use a janitor's closet and come back. Our anticipation is that we are going to provide a separate break room for these folks to put their lunches, put their personal belongings. There is a restroom in there that allows them to change clothes. You do a 12-hour shift, something happens, it's kind of gross. Dispatch in theory should never be entered, even by officers. There's a window there that if you have to transact business, you drop something off, you slide it through. We want to maintain that level of security. So dispatch has their own little suite upstairs. We have sized it. So currently you have 2 dispatch consoles. So you do have one redundancy. As the city grows and you add dispatchers, per X thousands of calls, you'll need to add a 3rd console. It's sort of inevitable. And you always want to have one for training purposes, because when you're training a new dispatcher, right now you're putting them in the hot seat as a trainee. There's no training wheels. You're on point. So the idea in this dispatch area is to have 3 consoles and 1 training console that in the future, let's say 50 years from now, you need that console for a 4th staff member. It's there, and we'll have to deal with the training some other way. But yes, that has been addressed. That was done. We have reviewed that in depth with the committee in our program review. And so, yes, it is accounted for.
Okay. Another question is the safe room, as you described it.
Yep.
Is that in just option 1 or is that option 2 also?
They're in both. So actually option 1 has 2 of them, one on each side of the building. You certainly do not want to have it on one side when you have 2 entrances, because if you go to the wrong one, you're sort of out of luck. So in some ways, option 2 is somewhat cheaper because you only have 1 of them. But yes, both have been accommodated for. I would say that when you have 2 entrances, you really want them both facing forward so that there's no confusion on it. So is one of the downsides to option 1, but yes, they're in both.
Okay.
In both options.
And just a general question, in the future, could we, now that's been put out for public knowledge, can we, as council, get a copy of what you presented? Because
you have it.
Okay, because it's not in my packet, so.
Yeah, I apologize. There were changes to the presentation that were made. We did not have it in time to put in the package, but it will be posted along with the final copy, and we will share copies with you as well.
I appreciate it.
That was me. I got it to Cesar late. It only came this morning.
Yeah, it's been so many changes with so much going on. I apologize. We'll work on getting that in a more
Appreciate
timely
it.
basis.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. That's all my questions.
I don't have any questions. I just want to say that, we have had a lot of really long meetings for a long time now, and that was a long presentation, but honestly, I can't think of there's fewer things I would want to sit for a long presentation for than something like this. This is so important, and I feel really overwhelmed by how much time the citizens put into this. I'm so grateful because this is something like, I mean, I know you know this, but I feel like I need to say it on record. Like it's a legacy, and I'm so grateful to you for putting the time in. I feel very confident that we're in good hands with both Alec and your partners and everyone you work with, and with our citizens, just really investing your time. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to listen to that. So thank you.
And I have just a clarity. The number of parking spaces under option 2 on the First Street side, public parking, how many were those?
So we talk about parking as on premise and street.
Okay.
So in option 1, I'm going to say on premise is, let's call it 27-ish. Option 2 is 23-ish. Street parking, let's call it 15 more. In both options, they're the same. Because whatever happens to the First Street right of way, and it's a different project, it's a different bucket of money. It's a public improvement, it's a roadway improvement. So we don't necessarily think of it as being towards the building. It could be, but that's a budget issue. So we don't really consider it. We look at both options, have 27, 23.
How many parking spaces do we have out front here? Do you know? Who knows?
Let's call it 40,
That's what I'm
maybe,
thinking.
but it's tight. It's
When court,
it's a tight 40.
My point is, when court convenes, not only is this full, but it's carryover over to this side.
Yes.
So that's something that
And
I'm
that is-
expressing a concern about. I don't want people to be dissuaded from presenting themselves from court. Having been to JP, the simple little thing to avoid going to court.
And that is probably one of the most challenging parts of this site. It's a downtown site. There's not a whole lot we can do. We have to balance the needs of secure police parking. So we want every cruiser to be in the back.
Yeah.
And even in both options, we do not meet the required PD parking requirement. There's going to be some officers that just can't park back there, or the assumption is that you're rotating parking. So not every patrol officer is there at one time. But granted, during shift change, that's going to be a little bit different. So we've tried to maximize and be as efficient as possible with the amount of parking, and then it is what it is. But duly noted, on a court day, it will bring a lot of people downtown, hooray! But it's going to disperse them down First Street.
I would, at some point, and maybe it's economic development would be the better source for this, is to have a parking count. And when I say a parking count, that includes maybe Art of Coffee or other anticipated plans that they have down there. Just to know what our capacity is. on that side.
And that is something actually we did for City of Bel Air. When City of Bel Air underwent their renovation, because it happened in an existing city center, when they moved courts, we reallocated court parking in front of businesses for exactly that reason. And then people got used to it during construction and they still park there. So there is some benefit for that pain. I know that's a real silver lining, but it helps.
Very good. And once again, thank you to the committee members as well too. Outstanding. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I just have a follow-up if everyone's done. Next steps is for us to provide further direction. As we do know, when this item was first brought to us, we were under the impression that we were going to proceed with this under possible CO, whatever may have happened. We've heard from the residents. We've heard that they want to make sure they fully understand what the committee wants. The committee is now spoken. Next steps for us to encounter in several meetings with our EDC folks and our EDC team. We found out some things also, that some of the property has maybe become available for sale to maybe take over the entire triangle and maybe introduce a larger project. Not that we want to hear larger, but the thing about larger allows us the possibility of building a unified city building that also offers the opportunity for P3 funding and for some retail space to be added to the building as one unit. That is a brand new development. I have not had a chance to share that with all of you, but it's something that we're looking into as well as this possibility. I've spoken briefly from Alec with it, but we do not want to engage in that. We want to let the committee first find out what in their desires, needs assessment, once it's done, what they feel that we need, pick an option and see if we do go that route, how we would go there. Pros and cons. pros to that, well, excuse me, first cons would be that it would be a larger building. All right, but it could have the possibility of housing more city departments at this one location, which means we may be able to consolidate from the different locations where we are. Another con, obviously with a bigger structure, there's more cost. The pro to it is if we can find ourselves in a formidable P3 contract, and if I'm speaking out of turn, Alec, please correct me. If we find ourselves in a affordable P3 contract possibility, it allows us for a way of helping to pay for the building. It may pay for all, it may not pay for all, but at least we're now describing with new information that was not available to us before, that there may be a possibility to do so. Very integral stages. I did not want to change what you guys were doing at all. I think what you're doing is vital and important for that. When I say as of even this morning, we were still getting more details. So it's brand new. That's why we haven't a chance to share it. But it adds another caveat because at this point, what Alex Troop needs is direction as to what would happen next. If he would like us for cease the project at this time, hear more from the committee, make sure that they're at terms where they are. Do we venture down this P3? Do we stick with the building we have now? Do you need more time to chew on it? Whatever options there are at this point, Alec, I believe your firm is waiting for direction contractually for us to move this forward or know what the next steps are, because now that the committee has spoken and it's time for us to make some decisions and you're able to do so later. You don't have an item tonight to do anything. So yeah, we need some form of concrete discussion. Yeah, no, they're looking at us like
let's do it right now.
No, but what we're saying is
Gus just loosened his tie.
you asked for input. The residents that were not on this committee asked for the results of what we had so far. If there's further question on it, we're at that next stage of we finished the lab. Now we're deciding, is this the end of the race? Is this just the beginning?
Yeah.
What next steps we will take?
Yeah.
Did I summarize, I guess, what was next?
Yeah, so I would say that, first of all, there is precedent, very good precedent for bigger is better. And I say that understanding that coming from the architect, that it's somewhat a self-fulfilling prophecy. But the logic behind having a consolidated employee base that spurs further economic development is exactly the playbook of City of Sugar Land, City of Manville, City of Pearland. It's all of those wrapped up into one.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't disagree with anything you just said. It is a viable exploration, let's put it that way. In terms of our next steps, so our engagement with the city is to get through the conceptual design of a building. What is the plan? What does it look like? How do we market this? And originally, that plan was much faster. That concluded on May 7th. But the realities of timing just kind of pushed all that out. So our next engagement of where we go next is to further develop the plans, re-engage PD to get into the nitty gritty. Is this room exactly where it's got to be? Yada, yada, yada. And develop the architecture. What does it look like? And that takes a long time. And there's a lot of public input required for that, which the committee is teed up for. So this process still has weeks and months to go. It's not going to be, and we're done. So there are incremental steps that can be taken, that may be taken, and we will await direction.
And so to further go back, it's not an action item per se, because you've already have a contract in place to take this forward. I would just caution, since the original thought was to bring this before some type of ballot or something in May, which obviously we did not do. We had other pressing issues. Now the decision is, what would we like to do from this point? Do we want them to, I mean, right now you already have direction. So as far as an item, we don't, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't need an additional item. It's, do we stay on course? Do we pause the course, or do we change course slightly to discover and look at another option?
Yeah, so let me say this first and foremost to those members of our committee, Chief Smith, Mr. Morris, Ms. Austin, Ms. Pennington, and certainly there's one missing. Who's missing? We should have had 5.
Well, we had 5 and 2 alternates.
That's
So
7. It should be 5 represented and then 2 alternates.
Correct.
Yeah. In any event, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your work. You are volunteers, and we on this council know what that feels like. And certainly there were long hours for you guys. And I'm sure the decisions that you all have made some of us will think they're great ideas. Others of us will have concerns and questions. But kudos to you for working through that. It seems like it's a good product for us to consider as a city. And that is because of you, your hard work and your efforts. And I wanted to thank you personally for what you all have been able to accomplish. Secondly, we move forward in this city according to the way that I see it, forward together. So we have to get as many people on board with whatever we're going to do. Now, that may look like a general obligation election, that may look like COs, that may look like P3s. We need more information. The committee has brought some recommendations, two brilliant recommendations. I think now we need to get into the nuts and bolts of what the community, right, what they feel about these new developments and these recommendations and this price tag and how they want to proceed with us making this decision. And so that would be just the direction that I personally would give. We have 4 other folks. I think we need to find a way to take this, what the committee has found, and bring that before those members of our community that want to participate in this, in solving this issue, and then try to get some consensus from there. What are we looking at? How are we going to try to approve or disapprove as a community? And then what would that look like moving forward in the future? I think if we get together, we'll be able to figure it out one way or the other. And so that's the way that I sense that it should go. We don't move without our community. And so I'd just like to ask the rest of the council how they feel about it. Is that a good plan, or do we need to add more or take away from? Michael.
My idea is the committee is proposing option 2. So I'd like to find out more, especially the price tag on option 2. Because that's their recommendation. That's what they feel is the best. But I don't want to just say, hey, guess what? Here's $30 million station. No.
Sure.
I want to make sure we're fiscally responsible. So I'd like to find all those ins and outs of number 2.
Are you open to inviting any member of our community that wants to work and try to bring ideas to that plan or other plans? Are you open to having them come in with us to work?
I would like them to talk with the committee.
Right,
Have
of
them
course.
talk to them.
In a meeting
Yes.
setting? Okay,
Yes.
very good. Thank
Because this should be a community,
Absolutely.
community building.
So I'd say our charge or what's in our contract is exactly that. It's to select an option, develop the plans far enough so that there's enough information to get better cost certainty, which includes the development of elevations, making sure that we have the aesthetic down, because there's a lot of money that's closer with the aesthetic. And at the end of that, the deliverable was a package that has the plans, general sections, some elevations, and an estimate. That's what turns over to the city, and that's what's being used publicly moving forward. I will say from a public engagement perspective, you can't have enough of it. I'm gonna choke on that in a second, I think, but you can never have enough of it. And I think what is very powerful and what we experienced just last week is that the public committee, they are the one charged with the voice. Anybody can come through that door. Anybody can ask questions. We will answer every question of anybody that walks in. Just last week, we had some additional folks that came in, had never been to a meeting before. We spent 40 minutes just going all the way through it again. And that we're happy to do that every time we have these meetings. And that's very, very important. That public awareness portion, we never say, hey, that's meetings 1 through 3. We're going to do this. If there's time, I'll get to this later. We really want to make sure we bring everybody along, so that they can get to understand it. So neither one of those statements are in conflict. We understand how to do that.
Very good. Joe, did you have any thoughts?
You have experience in this process. That's what we've engaged you for. Big part of it is public engagement. But the basis in my background is you start with that committee structure of citizens, and you always leave the door open for our residents to come in at any time, in or out. But importantly is constant information, not only to the committee, but also to us. I I love to see stuff as it's being developed, because that's where my questions are coming up. And more information, city manager, as to when the meetings are held would be helpful. Reminders. I know I'm bad about that because we all are from one meeting, but I'd like to know more about that, be able to participate, sit in on these things. And ultimately, yes, come up with some costs. Let's debate these, what's best for our city, and then come up with some consensus here as a community. That's your background. Help us do it.
Thank you, Joe.
And I'm sorry, I know there's other comments, but if I may, just also remind folks that the contract was entered with the firm that we're utilizing, obviously prior to my arrival, but more importantly, it was on the consensus or the thought that we were going to continue to pay for funds for this continued service to come from whatever referendum we decided to choose to pay for. So at present time, we continue to do so. We are using unbudgeted funds until we have that. So we are essentially loaning it from the total value that would be. So another fiduciary concern to maybe consider as we're making that decision in whatever direction we choose to go. As a caveat, I did not speak to, Mr. Long has also recommended some firms that are very well versed in the P3 sector for you to consider that, because I think the major focus that I heard up here from residents is, yes, we're not against having one, but how are we going to pay for it? And that might be a mechanism that listening to may be worth before you make that decision. And again, I apologize to the group. It's in no way taking away from what you've done. It's actually enhancing it and making it a reality a little bit sooner. But I thank you again for all your efforts. And we look forward to making this, come to fruition in one way, shape, or form.
I guess.
And to piggyback off it just real quick,
Yeah.
should the city choose a different direction, the work that has been done is not thrown away. It is an input into what would happen next.
Mhm.
So to be very clear, none of the work that either we have done or that the committee has sat in on is throwaway. If for anything else, should the city elect to do something more ambitious, we end up tripling that amount of work, because now we have to go through each and every city department, not just the police department. So this is in some ways a trial run for what you would end up having to do for city council staff, for public works staff. So it's not throwaway. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of, where is my head at for advice for next steps? I mean, this new piece of information is a huge dingle hopper into the like overall ability to assess going forward, because I mean, my feeling is we think hard about who goes on to a public safety committee because we want citizen input. We can all say that till we're blue in the face, and we usually do. That's the most important thing. We've done that. I feel very confident and happy with what they brought. This new piece of information, like you said, it doesn't, I understand it doesn't throw it all aside, but it does mean it would mean a very big step back, reconfiguration, much bigger timeline, way more question marks, right? So, but also I see why it's something we would want to at least explore and see what's going on, because I don't understand anything about P3 funding. So I would need an entire session of education about that. So, really, I guess I'm in a bit of a watch and wait until I have more of that information. I will say I'm very happy with these presentations and the work that Macklemore is Macklemore Wong, right?
Macklemore Long, yeah.
Macklemore, it's that first name I keep, whatever.
Sorry, it's always the second name.
Y'all have been doing. I'm really happy with it, because I feel like it has been, a pace that I can get behind. So I'll leave it there. I don't think that's a whole lot of direction for anybody, but I will just say it makes me feel a little bit like, well, I don't think I can give direction other than to say, I'd like to hear a little bit more about what's going on with this new piece of information before I say. I will say that you made a good point to say that, the longer we explore our options and stay here, that bill is racking up.
Without a source. Without a source currently right now in our budget to pay
and
for.
So that is something very much that we need to consider, as well as the idea that there will come a point, and some people hearing this might already feel this way, that like good Lord, how many options are you going to consider before you decide to take action on something that's needed action for a long time and you have a good option in front of you? So I will say that is on my mind. So thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Hey, Kim.
Ditto. I've been listening to some of the terms that you brought up, but I'm a history person, so I've been Googling and texting and asking, what is this? What is that? So I'm kind of the same thing, trying to understand some of the terms that you use and trying to see, but I know the process is still evolving. So, and thanks to the committee for, at least now we have an option, right? So we can see about, which way to fund it. That's all.
Okay, so at this next level, it sounds like we need to have our committee engage with the community. We need to add, say so, more information on these new potential financing mechanisms. Because again, we can't move unless everybody moves together. That's the way we do it. So as soon as you're able to schedule these meetings with the community, with the committee, and certainly work with the council, to Joe's point, so that we all can be informed and we all can get feedback. And then at that point, I'm sure we would be able, as a community and council, to provide direction on what we want to do with Macklemore Long.
Way to show off that you could just say that so easily.
You see how I did that?
It just rolled right off the tongue. I do want to clarify. So is a meeting with the committee already scheduled? Like, are you guys already planning to move ahead, or was it like whatever we decided here was going to give you?
Yes, asterisk.
Okay.
The Patty has done a wonderful job of sending out invitations in memoriam forever. So every 2 weeks, at 5 o'clock, kind of without fail. We're out of stuff to talk about.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
this is where the need for direction, and if the next meeting at the committee level is about P3s and kind of their citizen recommendation, that's a worthwhile subject to explore. Gives us time to prepare something.
Yeah.
For that, but I'll let Cesar.
Because all I want to, the only reason I was asking for that is just, I completely agree with the idea of like, okay, now I don't want it to be viewed as, and now we invite the public. I think we need to be very careful that like the public has been invited.
That's
like,
correct.
and I mean, that's what the committee is.
Yeah.
I mean, and so and I'm not saying that I disagree with inviting the public at all. I feel a little bit of a tug to say, why don't we use this platform that we already have and just do a really good job of making sure in every platform we have, communications wise, to let people know, come to that next meeting and listen and hear what everyone so succinctly reported to us. And then also, I think it would be a really valuable space to, if we can get some more information about this P3 ? Thing, have that be discussed at that time. But let's just utilize what we've already created as the avenue for communication instead of having like another new workshop or something. I think.
Yeah, and I get your point, Casey, and I think we're thinking about it the same way.
Okay.
Well, I guess the point that I was trying to make was that we would, as much as possible, alert the community.
Yeah.
We have new information. The committee has reached a point that they need feedback now. And so this is the schedule, the time, the meeting space, and then we can invite those members that want to participate in those already scheduled meetings and processes. Does that?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to like, I'm not trying to tie you guys into more meetings, I swear. But also it's like, you are the ones that are, in my opinion, at this point, best equipped to respond and talk to citizens. You know way more about this than I do. And so I just think giving you the platform where you're the ones holding court, so to speak, but let's like hearing and listening and receiving feedback, answering questions with y'all in a setting that is already set up for that makes a lot more sense to me. And also, I just wanted to say again that it's not like there will be a before time when we didn't have the public and now afterwards we will.
Right.
This whole process has been that. It's just different phases of it, I guess.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Got your point.
Why can't we just have the education of the P3 done at council? Because that way the public knows already it's already been broadcast, it's been put out there. We don't have to have another meeting for our group. And then once the information's put out, then you have the meeting for our building committee. Because that way
Okay.
the citizens already know what the difference is between the P3 and us getting a CO or a GO, or that way, and we find out the exact price tag. I mean, that's my biggest concern is the price tag.
Certainly.
I mean, why can't we just do it here? Do a presentation. That way it's all, everybody knows.
So, man.
No, I was just gonna say just really quickly, my biggest concern is that we get into a situation and all of a sudden our community says, we don't know anything about it, or they have questions about it. And it just turns into a really bad scene. I'm not comfortable with that. I will not ever be in that position ever again. I will not move until I know that everybody in our community that wants to be a part of whatever decision we want to make, until they've weighed in. And that's why that's important to me. I can't move until folks share with me that they are comfortable with the information. Doesn't have to agree with me. They don't have to agree, but they definitely have to be comfortable with the information. I'm sorry to say so. Go ahead.
No, what I wanted to say is I've taken all this information in. I do not want to put the committee on the spot right now to agree on one or the other. So if you allow us to work through our city clerk and through Ms. Patty Hunter on working out also their availability as well, what sounds like one of two options, either at one of their regularly scheduled meetings, if that works for them, or at a council meeting. I hate to say the dreaded word, but it might be a need for a workshop specifically on what you're choosing to move forward. And that allows us enough time to get all the stuff that we need to in order. And I'm not, again, taking away from what's been done, but it might be good to maybe back off the pedal a little bit so we can ground ourselves on these new possibilities and bring you a price tag, right? Bring you all these questions that are answered, because thankfully we got information while we still have time to possibly look into that scenario. And also to answer your questions about pricing, make sure the public is properly informed and make the most educated decision we can with as much public input as possible. So if everybody's in agreement with that, I've taken the direction that that's what you prefer to do. I'll work with Alec through the city clerk, Ms. Patty Hunter, with our Public Service Building Committee, and we'll have a response to you either at a regular scheduled meeting, which I believe every 2 weeks would have made it not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday, or at our next meeting, which would be not the June 27th meeting, but the July meeting. We could open up with that, maybe have a workshop 4 to 6 before our council meeting, so we can have a dead cutoff time. Does that work? Open to everybody, potential quorum. I don't know how timing works on that. And I know Kira's, I'm pushing to this right now, one, because of time, and two, because of the fact that we don't want to, we're entering in a gray area for our agenda policy here. So having said that, if that's okay with you guys, we'll check on availability. We'll properly announce it with everybody. And I'm sorry we did not get a chance to talk sooner, but I respect very much what you guys have done. And we look forward to taking it to the next level.
Well, yeah. So I just want to, okay, I'm not trying to come across as the gal who never wants to have a workshop, but I do have to speak up for the idea that we have to be aware of how long our meetings have been. And at a certain point, that turns into something that is less accessible to the public, in my opinion. And so that is why I am suggesting, without having conferred with any of you committee members, sorry, you guys, that it is a discussion suited for the time that's already been set aside for that committee to meet.
And
so that, and I did hear that was one of the options, but I'm just trying to speak up for it not becoming a workshop from 4 to 6, because historically our workshops have gone longer, our meetings go longer, that pushes all the city business longer. And I'm just trying to keep that in mind, because, you know, no one item is more important than others, but for something like this, I would imagine if we really want the public to come out, we're not going to want to cut that workshop off at 6 o'clock. You know, I mean, like, I'll say no more. I just want that last thought in there.
Very good, Casey. Thank you. Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just need some clarity. Did I understand you saying that the scope of your work that you had been contracted with has been completed?
Negative.
Negative.
It has not been completed.
It has not been completed.
Correct.
All right. So may I suggest, Mayor, that perhaps as an agenda item, that the city manager bring us some figures as he referred to some additional costs, and you also referred to, I'd like to get a handle on that, what we need to allocate, get some further information there on that.
And that's the exact direction we wanted to hear. We were going to bring you the options so you can make that decision, get with the committee and bring that forward so we can publicize when and how we would move forward.
But
And duly noted.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you mean contractor costs?
No, I'm not talking.
You don't mean the building, you
Not
mean the
building.
cost for
That's one-
employing the
That's something that I'm
contractor.
looking.
Yes.
Right, okay.
What I'm talking with.
Absolutely.
The consulting, yeah.
Absolutely.
What is the consulting fee remaining? That's the question.
Right.
How much you cost?
Yeah, right now, I mean, very rough math, but we're at about 5% of the total cost, give or take, from the original contract.
Negative.
Rough.
I just looked at this.
Encumbered, I should say.
Build to date, we're probably about 25% the way through this task.
Through this task,
We
but
completed,
total.
we completed the first, so our proposal included fees for everything globally. Council approved the first two tasks, the facility assessment and the programming concept. We completed the facility assessment 100%. We're about 25% through the concept design.
Okay. Thank you.
Sounds like we have a plan. So Cesar, you have what you need?
Yes,
Alec,
sir.
you have what you need?
We're good.
All
Thank
right.
you. Alec, thank you.
We look
The
forward to
committee, thank
hearing
you.
from you guys in the
Thank you,
future.
Alex.
Item 5.2, LMPD monthly reports. I assume this would be Chief Argon.
Absolutely.
Welcome, Chief. Good to see you.
Mayor, council members, city manager. Our first report, Kyle, you show them.
Getting ready.
This is by council district. You see it, you have numbers. And at the bottom is the crime rate per 100,000 population. Crime rate is determined by the number divided by the population of your district times 100,000, and you get that number. For instance, aggravated assault for District A, at the bottom is 20.5 aggravated assaults per 100,000 population. And that gives a better figure. It doesn't matter how big or small you are, it's determine your rate. So you can see your numbers on the top and the rate at the bottom. Moving ahead to the next one. This is important. This is the showing the diversity makeup of our city versus the diversity makeup of our officers. For instance, at the bottom, we have 11% of our staff is African American, and is officers, and the demographics for our city is about 31%. Hispanic is 33% of officers are Hispanic, and we're at 31% for the demographics for the city, so we're 2 points above that. And just females, we have 19% of our staff of our officers are female. Moving on to the last third report. We did a lot of work on that. Caesar's been keeping me quite busy on changing it, but it's very depictive of what's going on in the city. This is the first 4 months of this year, January through April, versus last year's January through April. So you see what I'm interested in is bottom right. You'll see violent crime rate on the left, the green. We had a 32% decrease in the violent crime rate for the entire city. And that's forcible rape, robbery, aggravated assault, and murder. Unfortunately, our property crime rate is up. And at the bottom there, you'll see our calls for service, roughly 4,600 for the 4 months. DWI cases we made, traffic cases, and drug cases. That's kind of an overview for the first 4 months versus last year. And I'm really pleased with the decrease in the violent crime rate. Any questions?
Does anybody have any questions for Chief Argon as it relates to these three reports?
Chief, just very quickly, you and I discussed the levels in District B, the larceny, that represents an amount of $50 or more in value. And we also discussed the fact that a lot of these are crimes of opportunity.
Yes, sir.
Folks leave their cars unlocked. I'm guilty of that.
Right.
Folks leave garage doors open. People steal lawnmowers. That results in a crime report.
In Walmart.
The
like your
Walmart,
area.
the Walmart shoplifting.
Right.
Walmart has a zero tolerance policy. It's in.
They're really
District
strict.
And they bring everything to our court as well too. So.
Very much so.
Those are all items, but to the extent that we can remind everybody that, you know, it's the simple things that will help us reduce, and don't be reluctant to, if you wish to anonymously utilize Crime Stoppers to make your reports or engage your local police officer.
And Mayor Pro Tem, as we talked, you know, with our community policing effort, preventive crime,
Yes, sir.
prevent crimes from happening. Everything you mentioned, lock your car, take your keys, hide your valuables. The community policing officers are preaching that. They're not just taking a report. They're telling the community, do this, do this, do this. They want to solve issues and go to the root cause and prevent it from happening in the first place. We haven't done that for many years, and we're moving on the direction.
And by the way, right down to our community, this was an alert that I received elsewhere. Our seniors are being targeted once again with these online or telephone scams. So alert those, your neighbors, those that are our grandparents or older family members.
Yes, sir.
Hang up the phone. They're calling that your grandchild has been kidnapped and things of that nature. That's happening in the Spanish-speaking community right now.
Very true.
Getting calls on that.
Very true, Mayor. Okay, anything else?
No,
Caesar?
sir.
All right,
Chief.
thank you, sir.
Okay. And I do
Thank
know
you,
that
Chief.
we're on a time limit with, for executive session with legal. So thank you, Chief. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Chief. All right. We're moving now to citizens' participation. Citizens' participation is limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business, remember, we are not speaking about agenda items only. Any city-related business is welcome in our citizens' participation. Who has signed up to speak may speak to council. Citizens should give the mayor their name, address, and item they wish to speak about. In compliance with Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. If you are joining us by phone, press *6 to mute or unmute so that you may speak to us. If you are joining us via Zoom, smartphone, or tablet, or computer, you may press the microphone icon on your screen to mute and unmute so that you may speak with us. If you are attending in person, you may come to the podium that is on my left and perhaps your right. And when you do so, please, according to our policy, provide your name and your address before you speak so that we can make sure we have records of you speaking so that we certainly can have you and your comments memorialized in our city. First person signed up to speak is Mrs. Eva Livy. Welcome, Ms. Eva. Well, you were the last one on top. You were the, I'm sorry, you were the last application on top. I'm so sorry for that.
Go ahead.
I'll sit right here.
I'm going through my phone, getting caught up from being on vacation, and I had received a text from a citizen, Ms. Carolock. She wanted to make sure we gave a shout out to the Garden Club for all of their work in the city. So I wanted to do that on public record on her behalf.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We will definitely bring kudos in our closing comments.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
We all know this microphone is not like made for me. I'm gonna make this really quick.
Yes, ma'am.
There's only a couple things. One of them I was gonna talk about was some of the signage, and I don't know if anyone has noticed all these yield signs on Lake Road. I know you do, because we've discussed it, but I want to make sure that everybody else knows about these. We have yield signs instead of stop signs at Lake Road. So if you live in, oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, don't look at me funny when you see that. Okay, the yield signs at Lake Road, they're actually for the residential streets approaching Lake. If you go through, we have a total of 13 of these signs on Lake Road. I took the opportunity the other day because we happened to notice it when we were just driving around, and it's like, why are these not stop signs on Lake Road? And they have been there for a very long, one of them is on your street, as you know, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Not to make that a bad thing, but
no.
it's, these are an issue. This is a huge safety issue on Lake Road. We already know that Lake Road right now is really the only way that you can get off of 45 into our city. So I wanted to bring that up. So that was number one. So if anybody wants to look at these, I'd be happy. Can I pass them so you can all see them?
Yes, ma'am. You can start
Anyone?
with say something. Yes, ma'am.
Just so you can see, I have every single street that there is a yield sign on, and you would be shocked. Shocked.
Is that
Okay.
both in?
Pardon?
Is that both in from Texas Avenue to the frontage road? Or just
No,
from Cedar?
it's the main off of 45 and Lake and Main and going towards Cedar. And the first like 5 streets on one side, 5 streets on the other, all have yield signs, no stop signs. And it's just a concern because it's like, they've been there forever. So how come that hasn't been something? Anyway, I don't want to use up too much of my time because I want to make it very clear that we got our first notification about the public, thank you, meeting a day and a half before it occurred. I did post it to invite more people because I don't think anybody knew about it in the community. We win. We were the very first 2 people.
Go ahead, Ms. Eva. Could you give
Okay.
Ms. Eva another?
We were the very first 2 community members outside of them to be a part of this group that actually went to it. I would have never have known if I didn't finally get an email from it. But it took so long for us to get an email on it. And the community, we learned so much. I mean, it was great. I think they all about fell out when they saw us walk through the door because no one has been there. No one.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think it was an amazing meeting. I think this was actually the horse to the carriage of the CO, the GO, the P3, whatever we decide to do with it. But if our community doesn't have this information, nothing's going to go forward with it. And, you know, we try every meeting to do what we can do. And I do my best to help out in every single board, commission, everything. And I know a lot of people don't understand why I do some of the things I do, but I do it because I'm trying to better our community. And sometimes it doesn't make any sense. But this here, that meeting we went to, I have to thank them all. They welcomed us. They were like almost ecstatic with their excitement and almost like, now what do we do? Because we have, you know, community people here.
Yeah.
But 2 out of how many?
Yeah.
We're not getting this information out. And we got to do better. It wasn't brought up in any meetings except one time of who was going to be on the board. Other than that, it was never mentioned again. It wasn't put on any website. I didn't see anything on the, you know, the agenda list until I think it was like a week and a half ago. And then I finally got an email and then I put it on my page. Nobody else came to it, but you know, at least we tried.
Sure.
And these are things, you guys, that the community needs. We want backing. Y'all want backing. We need this info. We need to push more. So I'm giving you yellow light. I'm walking away.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Eva.
you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for attending the public safety and thank you for
Yeah.
trying to make the community aware of what we're doing.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Eva, she wrote it on the thing. Could you shout out for us your address?
Oh,
I'm sorry. I was looking at it.
2808 Phoenix Street.
Thank you. 2808 Fannin. Mr. Richard Matthews. Welcome, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you very much for having me. Recently, in June 1 of this year, the TCEQ received a report from the FEMA and the Department of Transportation saying that the Highland Bayou watershed has been approved for restoration. Therefore, I'm asking that you allow me to work with the city manager, be the lead, and getting some money for the grant, which has to be done by July 15th. And we can use your grant lady, Ashley, I think her name is, to get this done. Now, when I was with the MUD for 4 years, during that time, I worked my hind end off and got a $10 million grant from the Corps of Engineers to do exactly that. We worked with the city of Marque, your prior manager, got everything done, had the meetings, we're going forward. In the city of Boa Vista, got all hot and bothered, and they threw a wrench in it. The city backed out, Corps backed out, everybody backed out. I'm asking to do this without Boa Vista, just us. The Omega Bay is in favor of it, and we will help support it. Here's the process proposal.
Thank you.
Be willing to work with it. As it's the Highland Bayou watershed has been declared as a hazard for our area, and the fill that we could get from our canals would go into your parks, go into the Marque parks.
Yes, sir.
So we can work together to make this all work. It can be a small project, or as we worked with the Rice University has the best coastal repair in the nation. And we were working with them in our project when it was all canceled. So we'd like that opportunity to go back and restart the whole project soon at this time. So 60-40 share, 60-40, 60% TCEQ, 40% local. That 40% can come from work, not just money, but any effort we put forth as far as time, labor counts toward that. And then Omega Bay is willing to share expenses.
Very good, very good.
Any charges?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you.
1A North Curlew.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, council, we can't respond to this, but certainly Cesar, you can respond.
Certainly. Mr. Matthews, thank you. This is a funding opportunity that we are aware of. We have looked at it as a staff. We will be meeting next week, so we will invite you to that meeting, Mr. Matthews. I appreciate you coming forward. This is one of two potential funding opportunities from the last time that we met. We have passed the first round with the GLO for a very similar project, and it'd be great to hopefully be awarded both so we can get this done completely, if at all possible. So yes, we are aware, and yes, we did read up on it, and we'll be meeting next week, and we'll make sure to invite you to that meeting.
Okay.
So is that a yes?
It is a.
Here's his number.
It is. Well, Mr. Matthews, we've spoken plenty, but.
Do you have his information?
Yes, I do, but I'll take it. Either way, the answer is not yes. The answer we're working on putting a formal submission and.
I mean, yes, that he
application.
can be a part of it.
Oh, 100%.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thank
Done
you for
deal.
coming, Mr. Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews, for stepping up.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Carol Johnson. Hey, Miss Carol. You're welcome.
Carol Johnson, 2808 Fannin Street. So I was at this beautiful public safety building committee thing. And, you know, it takes money and we're sitting here trying to, I guess, push some money through. My concern with that is only because the budget for last year just got approved here in May, and now we're getting ready to start the next budget.
Mhm.
How can a city or even a company of any kind of business do anything without a budget to be able to pass that money out to their different departments, create a business plan, a project plan, an action plan, and actually start doing something with money that I personally pay in?
Yes, ma'am.
So my concern is I sign off on anything to get this public safety building as soon as people start getting budgets in on time and my money starts getting utilized in the year that I pay.
Yes, ma'am.
And start seeing some stuff get done, because there's really no reason. Going clear back to 2015, we're still sitting in the same spot we were back then. So let's do something. Let's do something with the money. Let's stop lip servicing and let's start getting some action going. I want to see action plans. I want to see business plans. I want to see projects. You know, let's celebrate some milestones, because we don't. We just talk. So that's where I'm at.
Yes, ma'am.
That's my concern. Because you know, I know how to write business plans. I know how to do a budget. I've got a bachelor's and a master's degree in business management, and I've worked for corporations, and I've done just that for them. I'm an efficiency expert, and I'm also my own business owner in the real estate market. So I can't be successful if I don't have a budget and I don't have a plan.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Mr. Robert Mistich. Welcome, Robert.
Robert Mitch, 24 North Curlew, Lamarck. I'm addressing an issue asked by our HOA president, Danny Barnes. Last month, Councilman Carlson was able to get onto the agenda an exception for the driveway issues that we have under the Code of Ordinances. And Mr. Nabel was able to table that for y'all, but Danny's asking about it because we're not seeing anything on a planning and zoning, which it really doesn't need to go before.
Right.
It could go directly before y'all, but we're not seeing anything here. And it wasn't, and so now it's been several months that this thing has been dragging out, and people are getting very restless. So that this is
Yes, sir.
more towards you. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you.
Can we give Robert an update, point of information on this?
We're working with staff to get that on our next agenda.
Okay.
It is already started for our next agenda.
So it sounds like this will
It's already
be.
working on towards that, barring no
Okay.
hiccups or anything. We'll have that on the next agenda.
Robert, would you relay that to the folks at Omega Bank? Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at item 7. I'm sorry, I didn't have it, Mr. Loftus. Do you have your sheet? I'm sorry.
Mayor.
I wasn't gonna skip over you, Mr. Loftus. I didn't have the sheet. See, look who had the sheet. Mr. Rashad Loftus, address please, sir.
Rashad Loftus, 309 Johnson Street. So the issue I got is with the company Parish and Parish that does the landscape or the whatever you want to call it. I don't see them doing too much. So I've identified at least 3 properties that they say that they've maintained, mowed, cut the grass, and they lied. They haven't done it. And those pictures right there proves it. I've identified 2 properties on Bellevue Street that they say they went out and they mowed. I've mowed both of those properties within the last, one of them actually this weekend. They say they mowed it on, I think, September 21st, September 23rd. There is no way that they mowed it because I took my tractor out there and had a hard time mowing it and clearing it out. Bricks, fencing that was down and all that, yet they've gotten paid for it. And again, this is the 3rd piece of property that I've identified that they have said they went out and did services. So, Mr. City Manager, we need to take a look at the contract or however that works. We need more accountability from them, because right now I'm not seeing it. And I'm quite sure there's been other people that may have lost their properties to these type of actions where they're getting fines and stuff like this and can't afford to pay it. And then, you know how that ends up. So we need to take a real good, deep look at that. I've spoken with Ms. Yancey before, probably with the mayor. And after this weekend, going over there and finally taking a look at that property where they say they mowed it, because I've talked to Elizabeth with code enforcement. She actually is one that gave me this paperwork. So I went there and that's what I found. Those photos don't lie. If they say they mowed it, they're lying. So, and that's probably a whole bunch more on this sheet that they say they mowed and they didn't. I don't know that to be true because I didn't go to those properties, but the 3 I've identified, I'm standing here today to tell you that they lied. And I tell them to their face that they lied too.
Duly noted, Mr. Loftus.
Also, one other thing, Ms. Yancey, I know you can't speak to it, but just a reminder, the citizens on Bellevue, they still want their road open. While I was out there this weekend, they made mention of it again. They are very disgusted. And I'm with them on the disgust.
Mayor, if I may.
Oh, no, yes, sir.
That item is to be completed before the end of this month. It's on our project list to be done within the next 2 weeks.
And Ms. Yancey had shared that information with me, but that was like a month ago.
The deadline was June 30th was when we said we would have it done, and we'll have it done before that date.
Okay, I will relay that information.
Please and thank you.
One other thing, Ms. Yancey, in your district, there's a lot of limbs on the ground. We want them picked up, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loftus. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at item 7. However, we have one of our attorneys that's scheduled to speak with us in executive session has a long return home, and he has not prepared for an overnight stay. And so we have been asked to move item 11 up in our agenda. Item 11 is our executive session, so that we would be able to help this person get back home at a reasonable time. So let's, unless there's an objection from council, let's take item 11. Item 11, executive session. The City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during this meeting to discuss any of the matters listed above, as authorized by the Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberations about real property, 551.073, deliberations about gifts and donations, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, deliberations about security devices, and 551.086, economic development. Council will consider tonight in section 11.1
in section 11.1, section 551.071, consultation with an attorney as it relates to threatened litigation related to Joshua Feast versus the city of Lamarck, as well as 551.071, consultation with attorney, Lamarck Economic Development Corporation versus the Texas City Terminal Railway Company, cause number 20CV0633 in the 122nd District Court of Galveston County, Texas. Kara, we are closing our regular meeting at
8:37.
and we are retreating into our executive session at this time. We're back. We are on item 11.
No.
12, we're on item 12, excuse me. 12, actions taken from executive session. Item 12.1. I didn't open the meeting. Thank you, Kara. We are now opening the regular meeting again at,
9:54.
thank you, Kara.
Are we going back to 7?
We're going back to 12 because we have to make sure that we are or are not taking action on executive session, and then we'll pick 7 back up. Actions taken from executive session. I don't believe, council, that there are any action items on 12.1 or 12.2. Am I correct in that?
Correct.
Very good. Let's move back to item 7. Ordinances, discussion, possible action regarding approving 7.1, ordinance number letter O dash 2022 dash 0005, authorizing payment of a property tax refund in accordance with Texas law. This is the first reading. Cesar, do you want to take this one?
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and residents, this item was in reference to our rollback, which we went ahead and approved at the last council meeting. This item is approving the refund back to the residents. As you all know, a sum of money this large and any fee that comes forward has to be done via ordinance through 2 readings. This is the reason for us to hurry up and have a second meeting on this subject, which is scheduled tentatively right now for Monday, June 27th, 2 weeks from today, where we are moving forward with this item to get the folks refund back as soon as possible. That being said, it's very clear. This is the amount. You have all the pages of feedback, 158 pages of it that show what the account numbers are from what each person is slated to attend. In addition to this item, there is the actual invoice I received from the clerk's office for a sum of slightly more than $12,000 to conduct this service, everything that occurred. So all of that has been processed. We're now waiting for final confirmation to get this item done. Ms. Cheryl Johnson's office has insisted that, she wants to get folks paid back as soon as possible. We fully support doing so, but we do have the process we need to follow for such a payment to occur. I would also make everybody aware that the sum of $800,000+ will have to come out of our reserves since it was not a budgeted expense. So our surplus of time, where we were hovering at 91 days, will certainly be reduced. Not sure if Susie is on. We don't have a full calculation of what that will be, but this is a burden, obviously financially, but the folks have voted and we're prepared to move this process forward.
Very good. So that the monies coming out of the reserve fund does not preclude us as a council / community having to make necessary cuts to get us to 47 cents.
Could you say that again? I'm sorry, I want to make sure I understand.
It does not preclude us from having to make necessary cuts to certain areas of our budget to get to 47. We're still gonna have to make cuts.
That is absolutely correct, because as you know, for financial stability, we want to be hovering at 90 to 120 days. This will bring us severely below that. It's going to take us a long time to get back to those figures that we like to have. And I see Ms. Susie's joined us, so if she'd like to chime in on any of this, she's more than welcome. I know she's still working on a calculation. But to understand that arbitrarily, yes, the numbers look like we'll get close to the same amount, but we do have to refund whatever had already been prepaid.
Right. And the only point I'm trying to clear up for our citizens is we're using the reserve funds for the immediate refund, right? And then we would have to work through cuts and things of that nature so that we could replenish.
That is correct.
Just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page.
Absolutely.
And may I speak?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Susie.
Okay, this is not all of it yet. This only captures all the ones who have paid to through the Cheryl Johnson's office on taxes. There are still number of accounts that they have not paid. So they have not paid. We just gonna, bill them an amended amount, which is a reduced amount. So we're not gonna be able to collect the full 55 cents revenues. This is just capturing those that have paid. Now we're refunding them. So it's gonna be more than $800,000 impact on us.
And
I
also,
just want
Gus,
to clarify that.
thank you, Ms. Susie. Great point. Also, Gus has added some language to this ordinance that precludes that, stating that as such as well, making it very clear that we understand this is just the first punch, right? So we know that there's more coming, but this is the first blow for anybody that may have prepaid on what those amounts include.
Very good. I will now entertain a motion from council.
I move that we approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, council. Item 7.2, discussion possible action regarding approving ordinance number letter O -2022-0006, amending section 2-181 of the Lamarque City Code of Ordinance to reduce city manager spending approval rate from 50,000 to 25,000. This is the first reading. Councilmember Carlson, you brought this to the agenda.
Yes, sir. I brought it to the agenda due to previous administrations having unchecked oversight and the potential for in the future for it to happen again. This way, it provides more accountability for whoever the city manager is at that time. So nothing can be slipped through the cracks without the citizens and the council knowing and the taxpayers knowing. So that's why I brought it back up is due to past practices. We just need to tighten our shorts or our buckles, our belts a little bit. That's saying.
We're gonna tighten the shorts, the buckles,
everything,
the belts,
It's
the
10 o'clock.
pants. Stop teasing. I'm teasing, Michael. Okay, so does anybody have any questions for Michael, or do we want to proceed with a motion? I don't hear any questions, so I will entertain a motion to approve or disapprove.
I brought it up, so I'll make a motion.
Michael
We
makes a
approve.
motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Is there any other discussion?
I think the only thing I feel totally in favor of us. It's always our job to make sure we're keeping a check on spending and what's going on in administration. The only thing I'll say is, let's keep an eye on this and make sure that if maybe this is a hindrance on getting city business done, I don't want to see things coming to us constantly that we're having to approve that hold back, necessary purchase. I don't know if that would be the case. It's just something that
Right.
occurs to me is,
Right.
let's just be aware. Let's not forget about this and move on and then never revisit it again. But like I said, I agree with keeping checks, and I also agree with us making sure we allow the city managers to move things forward when they need to.
So this is the June meeting, July, August, September, October, November, December, perhaps at the first of the year. Cesar and Kiara, could we bring this back for a revisit to see what this ordinance has done to our workload as council, perhaps even to the workload of staff? That'd be agreeable, Michael?
Yes, sir.
Kiara and Cesar?
Not a problem.
Casey, we good?
Sounds good to me.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
quick
Go ahead, Joe.
I think this is accurate in saying this. In the event that we have a declared disaster and the city, you as mayor sign off on that particular declaration, this issue goes away.
The 25,000?
The
Yes,
$25,000 limit.
Yes.
So we're not we're not putting
Hamstringing
handcuffs,
ourselves.
hamstringing,
Right.
handcuffing the city manager in terms of doing what's necessary for the recovery of our city or taking such.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Any further discussion? Hearing none,
And Mayor, if I may,
I'm sorry.
not only would it be for disaster reasons, but anything else. You have an item, for example, on your consent tonight for some blowers that we had to do an emergency repair on that we could not wait. We've already started that process. We're bringing to after the fact, obviously, but it was an emergency repair. We have another street repair, maybe tonight's water main break that has occurred. Some of those things are emergencies that we'll have to bring to you after the fact, but obviously have to do our due diligence.
Right on.
Very good. I will call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8. Item 8 is our consent agenda. The following items shall be considered for action as a whole unless one or more council members object, unless otherwise specified by the city manager, and unless otherwise specified, the city manager is authorized to execute all necessary documents upon final approval of the city attorney. Gus, do you want me to read each one of these items, or how do you want to do this moving forward?
You, Mayor, can just read the captions 8:1 through I.
Okay, let me read these, council, while we think about and deliberate whether or not we want to pull any of those. Say sorry, yes.
I would like to, for a point of clarification, item 8.4, we are going to pull because as of time, we have not had all the stuff, and we'll bring, it is an emergency item, but we will bring that up, which is the debris management. So we talked about emergencies. We'll bring that up at the emergency meeting on the 27th.
Okay, so are you pulling it tonight?
We're pulling it tonight to add it to that agenda to make sure we have all our
So you're
eyes.
not pulling it tonight to discuss or vote on individually?
Correct. We're pulling it from the agenda, if we may, to bring it up until we have everything concrete and complete.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Let me read these. Let me read items 8 through, it looks like 3 then. Resolution number letter R-2022-0029, authorizing the city manager to execute professional services agreement with Dr. Everett B. Penn to produce a Lamarque Police Department manpower analysis report. Item 8.2, resolution number letter R-2022-0030, ratifying an emergency expenditure to Atlas Copco for the cost of repairs to the blowers at the wastewater treatment plant in the amount of $55,460.95. And item 8.3, resolution number letter R-2022-0032, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Workforce Solutions to assist with staffing needs. We just heard from that representative earlier today. Those are the 3 items that we're considering today. Council, again, do any one of you wish to pull any of those 3 items? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve all 3.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Show item 8.4, resolution number R-2022-0033. Show it pulled by the city manager to be reintroduced at a later date. We are now on item 9, appointments. Appointments, reappointments, or removals of all city boards and commissions. Does any one of us have any appointments that we'd like to make tonight?
Not for me.
No.
Michael, Joe? Let's move past.
I have one, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna read it.
Go ahead, Kara.
Prior to the meeting, Councilmember Carlson did note that he wanted to appoint Miss, sorry, I don't want to butcher her name, Elise
Wagner.
Thank you, Wagner. Wanted to appoint her to the Parks Board.
Did you get an address on Ms. Wagner?
I have her application included, yes.
2718 Patricia Street.
Thank you.
2718 Patricia. Mr. Carlson is proposing, is nominating Mrs. Elise Wagner to be the new member of the Parks Board. Is there a second to that nomination?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 10, new business. Items presented to council for discussion and for council approval or to provide direction. 10.1, Economic Development Corporation. Discuss possible action regarding the exterior remodels of 1130 First Street and 418 Laurel Street. Mr. Getty.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Before you, this item, give you a little background. It's included in the background, but I'll go ahead and state it for the record. This process started 2 years ago. This was going to be on the EDC agenda March 2020. That meeting was ultimately canceled because of the pandemic. And then shortly thereafter, of course, our efforts turned to retention efforts. And with mayor and council support, we had 2 rounds, of course, of emergency COVID grants. And so now that we're getting a little bit past that and we're moving forward, we're ready to move forward with our exterior plans for these 2 buildings. Included in the packet is a rendering of what that looks like. That's already been before the EDC board. I'll also have a preliminary budget in there for council. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. Mayor Pro Tem, I do have an answer for you from earlier in the meeting when you're asking about parking. With the new parking that's being done for the streetscaping that's under construction, there'll be 68 new parking spaces on street. And then you asked about the Art of Coffee lot. There's approximately 42 spaces there.
Thank
So
you.
hopefully that'll help with court parking.
Didn't realize that Art of Coffee had so many parking spaces.
Thank you, Alex.
Any questions for Alex? Alex, you made me lose my place in the meeting. That was such good news. I'm teasing. Does anybody have any questions for Alex tonight?
I don't.
Hearing none, I
I do have one
assume.
question.
Go ahead, Michael.
I noticed on the council agenda form, you had 800,000 and 880,000. Is that just the range?
That's a range. It actually could be as low as 720, but I like to under promise and over deliver. We don't have any real numbers until the blueprints are drawn up and we go out for actual bid. But based upon our architects' work so far and talking to contractors that, they work with a lot, this is kind of the range that they thought it would fall under.
If I may on this too, Alex and the EDC has been instrumental in us figuring it 418 Laurel in light of maybe doing this. If it does become part of the P3 structure we introduce, there's a possibility to introduce that infrastructure at this time on this property. So if that occurs, very preliminary discussions that we've had on that. Again, like we said, we've just gotten that news, but that's a possibility to do with the space because it would add to the entire long-term master plan that we have to revitalize the downtown corridor. So if that occurs, then this would take a slightly different look, but we'd incorporate that into all the buildings that we're trying to bring back to downtown.
And have we budgeted for this from the last? I
For
don't
the,
remember.
for the exterior improvements,
facades?
it'd be out of fund balance, our fund balance, EDC fund balance.
It's
From the
an
EDC
EDC
fund
budget,
balance. Okay. Okay, I just want to make sure if we budgeted for it, that we're spending it. Or if we haven't, where's the money coming from?
Sure.
Certainly.
Any other questions?
No. Okay.
I'll entertain a motion to approve. Is
I move we approve.
there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 10.2, draft of the budget calendar. Proposed schedule for the 2022-2023 budget session. Cesar.
We wanted to share with council, if you could pull that up, Kyle, a preliminary draft of what we're hoping to follow for the budget cycle. We heard the residents loud and clear. They have mentioned that we want more workshop availability. So we've done sessions 4 and 5, introduced them if necessary under August 16, first and 2nd. So we are looking at that as needed, depending on how far along we get on the process. We're completely making this open to make sure we get all the feedback and all the things we have challenging decisions to make, but those will likely take more time. So we ask you all, one, that if this does get approved as such, then we could formally post it so residents are aware, make sure this works with everybody's general calendar. And if so, we were ready to, if we've already started, our directors, department heads have already started going through their training and have already started inputting their drafts of the budget, obviously waiting to hear next set of direction. But we will be meeting with the budget directors here in the next couple of weeks and then taking this into this next step so we can present you a draft of what we have in mind once we collect all of your feedback as well.
Good deal. I will entertain a motion. Council, you have this for your review. Certainly, I'll entertain a motion to approve at this time, to approve our calendar.
I move we approve.
Is there a second? Any questions for Cesar?
Yeah, I just want to make sure, as always, I've can you specify for us exactly which ones of these will be meetings where we are required to be there? Which of these dates?
Absolutely. First and foremost, we are still finalizing plans to have our actual annual retreat. So based on that time, once that date gets finalized, then we'll formally introduce what those meetings look like. But essentially, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kiera, on this, we're looking at the 21st being that first date that we're now having open sessions in this forum to do so. Then after that, pretty much all of the items addressed in blue are the ones that we're talking about physical meetings. We thought color coding would make it.
That's good, yeah.
a little bit easier.
You gotta go one step further and give me a key, girl. You know?
Absolutely.
Or did I miss it? And I'm just like. a
No,
little
no,
goober?
it's a
Okay.
tentative. I
I
apologize.
figured that's what it was, but I just,
Pretty much
I've gotten
go-
it wrong before and I want to make sure that I don't.
Go by blue.
Excuse me, the blue is really budget side, the green is the tax side, because a lot of times everyone gets confused between public hearing for the budget and public hearing for the taxes. So I purposely did it where blue, it's budget requirement, green is tax code requirement.
Right, so it's
And we
not
need to
just
comply
fluid,
with
we
both.
have to be here. We have to be there August 15th, August 22nd. Because I
And
mean,
keep in mind too, that if we do get a storm, a hurricane, this
Mhm.
is just a draft. So things
Right.
happen,
Obviously.
then things can change.
Can we do this? Can we find a way to send this back out to council with some sort of color code for council to know which of these dates we are required to attend?
I can give you calendar invites for all the dates.
How
you
about
have to
that?
show up.
Look at Kiara.
We're
God bless you,
waiting on approval of the calendar and.
Right, I know.
So,
It's-
and agree, we'll make sure we make it a little bit simpler.
and no, it's all good. You guys are doing great. This is a very, very busy time for me. So I always get a little antsy and want to
Antsy,
make
yeah.
sure that I plan my calendar very specifically.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You good, Casey?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Let's approve this. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now on item 10.3, upcoming events. Cesar, take it away.
This list of items shows where we are, again, as was mentioned, to get things out in the open more. We did not state the different list of events that are occurring. I'll ask Kyle to bring things up as we get to them, but we did not put the Public Safety Building Committee on here because we didn't know the next steps. Otherwise, those would have been noted on here as well. We want to do that every meeting so we can have that out for the public to get a chance to review. That being said, I mean, in order, we have the police collective bargaining negotiation starting on June 15th. That evening, we also have a District A community meeting, and that flyer is also available. It'll be shared here shortly. We have the city observed holiday occurring on June 20th. By the way, before I jump past that, did you want to say anything about the District A or?
I'll do that on my announcements.
Okay. Like I mentioned, the Juneteenth observation on Monday, June 20th. The fire collective bargaining negotiations are June 28th. We have our special event that we're hosting, our first ever red, white, and blue on the Bayou. We have a couple of items to share with you. You'll see our marketing. I could help you to please pass those down. Essentially, we are showcasing what it is that we're doing as far as events thus far that have been confirmed, that we're working on fine tuning details. At time of publication, these flyers were already available. That's why those are already in the agenda where you can click and see them. But our landing page will soon have all 6 of these items as well as others that we were adding as we were meeting tonight, actually. There were emails flying off that we were working on some other things for this event. We're working hard on the possibility of adding a fireworks show as well, and confirming that. Hopefully we'll bring that to you shortly. But we do have the cook-off, which we're also adding a kids queue, where there will be a youth cooking challenge as well. That'll be presented as part of this event, as well as our fishing tournament that'll take place. So it is an entire day of festivities commemorating our nation's Independence Day. Having said that, on Monday 4th, we are observing Independence Day as a of City Hall. And that concludes all of our community events that we have listed thus far. Thank you.
Very good. Item 10, well, I guess you have city closure and do you want to talk about the Independence Day closure? Say something.
No, so we've already discussed that item. The next item we were going to have would be items for the good of the order.
Good of the order. We are now on future agenda item requests. Council, do you have any future requests to be placed on I guess that would be the July agenda?
Yes, I want to make sure that what the citizens spoke about the concrete for
The
Omega Bay. gets brought up,
ordinance.
The ordinance. And also the about the lighting for Omega Bay. That was, I don't want to have that buried.
That item is part of our light study, and it's been added, and the chief's already noted that. So when we start with the engineers to focus in on areas, that's one area.
Well, it wasn't additional light. Well, okay, there was two of.
Right.
But
In the
I'm
front.
talking about the financing of the monthly payments.
Correct.
Okay.
So those two items will be on the agenda in July.
The lighting one we're doing as part of our light study, the two lights in the
You good
front.
with that?
We've already made that request. The two lights in the front that we talked about adding, that would be part of our light study that we're doing. Those are the two in the front. The switching over the lighting of the street lights is one that we're still working on the financing for, but we should have that to you shortly. I hope to have that.
Are we speaking about the security lighting for Omega Bay?
Correct.
Okay, that's going to be part of the light study.
The security lighting, yes. The payment of the bills of their current is a separate item.
Okay.
Right, that's what I was talking about.
That's what we're
those.
working on getting for you.
So would that be on the agenda? The payment?
We're finalizing getting that on there.
Very good.
'Cause
Appreciate it.
It's basically, we've already gotten the direction. It may not come to this agenda. We may just take it over. You've already given us direction to move forward on that. It just, we don't have to bring that as an item. Kara, correct me if I'm wrong, or Gus.
I think we have to, because we just provided direction. We didn't do
It wasn't on the agenda
Okay.
for council to formally act. And taking over, if council wants to do this, I believe that, as you said, we were waiting on the finances from them. How much will this cost? And then once we have that, I will need to get y'all something to approve that actually sets that makes the required findings.
All right. Anything else, Mike?
That's it.
Any other council members have any items you want to put on the agenda?
Yeah, I do. If you could give us, put on the agenda about the community engagement center in District A. I know we talked about that a little bit. And then about a Friends of the Marque fund where businesses can donate to give back to our youth and Little League programs. I could give back.
Noted.
And then an update about the Bellevue properties and
The ditches.
the barriers, yeah, and the parish.
Well,
and
that's
parish.
two separate things. So we got
Okay.
we got the parish and parish, we've got the ditches, and we also have the opening of the
Yeah,
street.
Did you put, so you put parish and parish on?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Joe, do you have anything you want to add?
Not right now.
Okay. Cesar, all I have is the billboard and digital sign ordinance we want to look at. Updating it. As well as we need to secure a date for our annual retreat, council retreat.
The other thing that I would like on the agenda is an update from our PIO. So we can ask questions about some of the press releases and how that is going as far as trying to get the word out about our events.
She's on family leave right now, I think, right?
For who's ever doing it,
Correct.
somebody still has to do it.
Mayor, I have an alibi. I do want to thank the hardworking people of the
An alibi.
public safety building.
An alibi?
Yeah, an alibi.
At a boy?
Alibi. It's a term in the military that saying, hey, I got something else.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right, all right, all right. All
Sorry.
right.
My brain switched.
All right. So we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. I was thinking we have to go back through for council announcements before we close. Does everybody have everything on the agenda that they wanted to have for next meeting? Good. All right, now we're at items of community interest. This is where we normally make our announcements. Who wants to go first?
Real quick, Mayor, if I may, if everybody wants to look at the calendars now for the retreat. Do we want to do that now? Because
Yeah.
If in case it happens before the next meeting. So one day that we have tossed around as staff was Tuesday, July 5th, if I'm not mistaken. Do you have the times, Kira? Or do we want to discuss that, leave that open for the team?
Yeah, I was gonna leave it open to council, but we started blocking it off at 10 a.m. I actually think I sent it.
I think 10
calendar,
10 will be
but-
okay. Are you
Sorry.
okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Can you make it, Casey?
I mean, I don't want to be the one person who holds everything up, so I will make it.
Okay. Does anybody else have any heartburn with 10 o'clock on July 5th? That's a Tuesday, yes? Tuesday, okay. That's the date, that's the time.
We will formally announce that.
Can you work with
accordingly.
us on location? We don't have to do that tonight. Time has
Absolutely.
been well spent. Okay.
Absolutely.
I will say if, and I have a board meeting that I can't move, that I'm not in control of, that will be at 6 o'clock that night, so I won't be
Okay.
able to.
Yeah, we'd have a hard stop at 5.
Well, with this gang of
It's kinda hard
wily
to have a hard
characters,
stop, huh?
I'm just
We
trying
don't ever have a hard stop, huh?
putting it out there. Putting it out there.
We have
I will have a hard stop.
I said, I'm gonna have. I got you, Casey. Anything else, guys? Now we're at announcements. Who wants to go first?
Ladies first.
Michael always gets away with ladies first.
I'm sure there's a number of other things I should say, but frankly, I can't think of them right now. And so I will just say what I think is most important in my mind, which is I just want to thank again the Public Safety Committee. I do. I'm very grateful and very impressed. And like I said earlier, we've all been sitting through a lot of long presentations, and there would have been a number of reasons for that to be shorter, but I also feel like this is an investment of so many things, and I really appreciate your investment of time, like big time. So thank you for doing that. And that's all I got. Oh, and happy Pride Month. So now I'm done.
So I just want to say I am having a blast with the leadership mainland class and bragging on our city and informing some of my peers about all the things that Lamarque has to offer. We actually did a presentation at the library for our Lamarque leadership mainland class. And as we're advocating for the city of Lamarque with Leadership Mainland. So I encourage all of our staff to get involved with that program. And it's an amazing program to find out about what's really happening in our county. Again, excited about the internship program. I think 3 or 4 of those people were my former students. So it's nice to see some of them. I haven't seen them since the 7th, 8th grade. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, so that was great. July 4th, District A, Delaney Cove, we are having a bike ride from 10:30 to 12:30, a bike parade in Delaney Cove. So we're excited about that. We are donating $300 for that from our council funds toward that event. Our District A Community Town Hall, it will be this Wednesday at 7 o'clock, and we have our TWC partners. I'm glad to see our TWC Representative Greg Harrington. He is absolutely amazing. And I was glad to see that he was here to give us that report. We went to the library reading on June 1st. That was really interesting as we got to read to our little bitty ones, along with my grandbabies who acted a fool that morning. I was like, oh my goodness. But I'm really excited to say this Friday night, I am one of 3 people being awarded a Civil Rights Award by the Nature Center at the Grand Opry House on Friday night at 7 o'clock. We're going to be getting 3 tickets from our council fund. So if anyone from District A would like to come and celebrate with us, myself, Sheila Jackson Lee, and James Thomas are being honored for our work in the area of civil rights. And I was flabbergasted because typically you have to be over 65 or 60 to get an award like that. But when Sue called me and said that, I was just amazed and very humbled and honored. And it's going to be an amazing gospel concert for Juneteenth with some A1 singers. So if you love gospel music, come out Friday night at 7. And our community meeting that we had with our community that our staff put on, that was such an amazing night of cooperation and team building. I thought that was awesome. I want to commend you for that, Cesar Garcia and your staff, because to me, it was a feeling of cooperation that was in the room, and really all of us working together to make Lamarque better. And I left feeling encouraged and feeling like we can really get through whatever problem we have. We can get to that other side for progress. And I thank you for setting that ambiance up and that structure up. That's all I have.
And on that note, we are set to launch that ARPA survey for the public. We wanted to do it tonight. We're just finalizing a few things, making sure we have the street repair item that was brought up. We have a couple items that we want to make sure comes up. We were hoping to get it done tonight. We were so close, but hopefully within the next day or two, we'll be able to finalize that and put that survey out so we can get it out to the residents, get a good response, and then get the ball rolling on some of those projects. Thank you.
Michael.
Again, like I started to say, to the Public Safety Building Committee, thank you for all your hard work. To the staff, I always tell you guys do a great job. Please don't think that I forget about you guys, because you guys do wonderful work. Kyle, thank you for automating the agenda. I do like that a lot, this format better. Because I can pick and choose which I print out, so I can save trees. Excuse me. The Juneteenth celebration that was on at Highland Bayou Park, those that attended, appreciate it. It was a good time. I spent 2 hours out there. My kids had a blast. They had more turkey legs, but that's what happens when you're day late and dollar short. But my kids enjoyed it. They had a blast. They didn't want to go. At first, they didn't want to go, and then they didn't want to leave. So, but they had a blast, and I wish more people would come out. So hopefully next year we can get more people. July 4th is coming up, so be safe, everyone. Have fun. Drink responsibly. And don't blow your fingers off, please, with fireworks. Just have fun. And yeah, and Pride Week or Pride Month, I'm sorry. This is, we encourage everyone diversity. So thank you, everyone, and have a good night.
Thank you, man.
First, I'll let go of everything that my fellow council members and mayor have to say too. Congratulations to Council Member Yancey. She is a civil rights firecracker. I can say that, on the 4th of July. So continue your work, and God bless you always. And today I'm just cutting it short. Very pensive here, and I'm most appreciative to all of you for being able to live in this community safely and with great neighbors and great residents and great constituents as well too. So God bless you all.
Thank you, Joe. Certainly, we want to say happy Juneteenth to all of us. Those that live in this country. Freedom is priceless, and all of us have a right to be free. And certainly, all of us have taken part in that freedom. We want to also say to those fathers out in our community and beyond, happy Father's Day. I believe this Sunday is Father's Day.
Sorry. We should have wished you guys happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day.
You see what happened when you when the women go first? They don't. I'm teasing. I'm totally teasing. I'm teasing. On this council, those two women are the muscle, whether you all know it or not. They get things done. When Casey says it's time to go, it's time to go. And certainly we all know Kim's gonna make her presence known in our group. In any event, also those of us that will celebrate the 4th of July on July 2nd at our Red, White, and Blue Festival. We say welcome, welcome, welcome. We want every member of our community to come out and celebrate with us. This is our first, our inaugural celebration, and we need you to make it special, and we need you to make it happen. I also wanted to say to our friends in the LGBTQI community, happy Pride Month. We are all different, and that's what makes us beautiful, right? We don't always have to agree, but we do have to support and defend others' rights to live life according to their own understanding. And so I'm excited about Pride Month, and certainly we want to encourage those members of that community to continue to do what they feel makes them happy. We want to affirm that right. Lastly, I just wanted to say to you that I don't know if you noticed, but I have taken a break from social media. And I believe it started around the time of the Uvalde shooting. It moved me in a way that I had not expected, to know those young children suffered and succumbed to violence and mental health, made me think about my own grandchildren. So sometimes you have to take a step back in order to regroup. In that time, I had a chance to love on my own grandchildren, to take a few days off, to be away from our municipality. And I am refreshed and I am revitalized. But sadly, I have to share with you that here recently in our city, there was a suicide. In fact, at our flagship park, of a young man who Miss Yancey taught, I believe, in one of her classes. But also this young man was a dear family friend. And it is a very difficult thing for our family. Please pray for my daughters and all of those members of this community that knew this young man. This young man was sick, physically sick, and that turned into a very tragic experience and incident for him. Keep not only my family, but more importantly, his family in your prayers. There will be a funeral on Friday at the Marque High School auditorium. I plan on attending. Certainly, I believe Councilwoman Yancey, as a former student of hers, will attend. If other members of this council would like to attend, please let Kiara know so that she can post a notice of a quorum. But let's remember our children, and certainly let's remember our community. And most importantly, let's remember that mental health is paramount. It's paramount to any and everything that we will ever hope to accomplish in this community and beyond. Having said that, I won't keep you. Just wanted you to know my heart. But I'm back, and certainly I'll start posting again so that you can know what fascinating things we have in the city. So did you want to add something before we close?
No, sir. Thank you again to all the committees and particularly all the hard work that you guys have done on this Public Safety Building Committee. We look forward to bringing you more items at the next meeting. I know barring that tonight was a very long meeting, I thought it was very productive and we got quite a bit done. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We stand adjourned.